wanna lose those wings. People like me, we're beautiful things. Angel, don't fly so close to me. What you want or what you need. You don't wanna lose those wings. People like me break beautiful things. Immortal by design, I'll be me.
So we will fill this up first, because this is where everyone's going to be talking.
Okay.
And then the overflow will be in that room to the left of where we came in.
These are parents and students.
Parents, there's only parents and families.
Only parents. Okay.
And so, yeah, we'll fill this, and then we'll fill the room. Like when I was kind of looking at the second table.
Yeah. Solid. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Leanne. I work at the building.
Oh, no worries.
What time do you guys start today?
Our check-in starts at 9,
Oh, okay.
and, but we start our program at, where's the, like the main speaker should be where in here?
I would assume, this is your AV person? She should, Vivian, would you know where the main, or Kevin, would you know where the main speaker is?
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
This is the director, he does the AV.
Hi. Where's our main speaker sit up front?
So the main speaker, are you going to be using the podium or?
Oh, we can. I didn't know what you wanted us to do. That's fine. We can use podium.
Yeah, it's up to you. We have 3 cameras set up.
So
One
I
covers this one and one
So I have a
covers
question.
this
So will this person be seen out there?
Yes.
Okay. But I only saw one screen, so
There is one screen in the main room and then one screen in the room next to it. Yeah, because I think that setup has overflow and you guys are expecting 300 people, right?
not, well, for parents,
Right.
about 280.
Yeah.
So,
So that's why, we have.
so explain the 2 screens for me. So one will have, because we have PowerPoint that we're protecting.
You're projecting PowerPoints too?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, the same
That's what
screen
she's
is gonna
looking at.
have the PowerPoint.
So I ask a can I ask a question and you
Yes.
tell me like that's impossible and I understand that. So I didn't know we were still using the overflow room up there because we had this room.
Right.
Like what's the capacity in here? Isn't it like close to 100?
This is about 100.
And then the capacity in the big room out there is it like 180?
It's about another 150, I believe. They made that's why there is a third overflow room
Yeah.
next to it.
See, originally we weren't using this, we were just using
Right.
this too.
Okay.
I didn't realize when we added this,
Right.
we were still using the little second one.
Hmm.
There's no possibility that one screen would show the person and one would show PowerPoint.
No. So because what we're doing is we're doing the streaming. If you have the PowerPoint here, the stream will go out there.
But they won't see the person.
You won't see the person.
Could the person be in the
Switch.
corner?
Not really, because it's either going to be the computer, but the audio flows through.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can switch between the screens and.
Could you switch when, so like sometimes it's just like our president speaking. So there's no real
Maybe
PowerPoint.
we can do a Zoom. See if we can do a Zoom.
If we could, that'd be awesome. I won't bother you anymore, but it would be, because actually most of our people are gonna be out there in that room.
Right.
There's gonna be a lot of, we have a panel of people talking, where we're
Right.
going to the podium.
Mhm.
And sometimes it'll just be a screen with like a title.
Right.
There wouldn't be much to look at.
Yeah. Okay, so that, what time is that happening?
Starts at 9:30.
9:30?
Yeah.
Let me try it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll stop bothering you so you can.
Okay.
Is this the correct slide?
Yeah, that's a great slide. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, so there's a clicker, it's right.
Okay.
You can use this.
And I'm gonna be stationed mainly in here.
Okay,
Another one of my team's gonna be mainly out there. I
okay.
will eventually go out. Some of us are going back and forth.
Oh.
Because we're doing it at the same time.
Back and forth between here and the meeting hall.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
the
no.
students and the parents or?
Yes, the students and the parents.
Okay.
We won't be going to the other parents' space
All right.
because they'll see
Okay,
it
so-
from here.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that works.
This is awesome. So it's just literally, where do I aim to do this?
Anyway. Yeah.
So the green go to the presentation, the red go back.
Awesome. Super easy.
And,
Can I just lay this at the podium? Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, are you the main speaker?
No, well, I started and ended it.
Alright,
But
so
there's
you
a lot of-
started and ended.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is at the beginning, we'll put the camera right here.
Okay.
And then after that, how many speakers you have that are sitting
Yeah,
there?
let me give you a schedule. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
One more question. Are
yeah.
you
No, only in the student room. So the beginning starts just with speakers, me, the president, the provost.
Mhm.
And then after that, then we do some like panels. They'll get up to talk at the podium so that they're not like, they'll sit up here and go over there. But I'll give you each of the schedules for each program so you can see how it goes.
Okay.
They're out there in my back.
Alright, so,
Here a little bit early.
Okay.
so Linda, they are
Morning, that's not about something.
for Zoom session
Zoom
from
streaming
here.
out?
Yeah, to the other side. Because they have PowerPoint, so what we need to do is basically connect the Zoom session.
Can stream streaming out or to the reception?
Yeah.
To the reception.
Zoom out to reception. Because they have
How were
PowerPoint.
you doing it before?
We were just putting it on YouTube and from there we just looking at
Okay.
it. Yeah. Alright, so let's take a look at the other steps.
So we're in here. This is our main, this is where people are gonna speak at that point.
Oh,
And it's gonna be projected
To the
to the
other room. Got
This
it.
is where the text.
So parents should come here.
Yeah, so we will build this first, and then we build from the front, it's really important in that. So if you want to put something on a chair to block the space for the family, and the interpreter can get in front wherever you like. Okay, awesome.
Sound check.
Is there any tape by chance? Okay, I just want to take these names onto the seats because we have a family coming in that needs to get some. Okay, come on.
Take the
This is the start here, go there.
Yes.
Go here.
It's going to start here and go to the student room.
Okay.
And there's a back door. There's another door.
Okay.
So this is the main, this is where all the tech is, and we perhaps a big head room. So we will be in here.
So this is the
speaker
panel
will be
with Jill? I mean, Brianna?
Yes, the panel will be here.
Okay, so this is the first panel. But they're splitting the panels, right? So they're
What's the student panel?
in the same room.
No, the student panel is the student. Parents and students stuff.
Okay.
And then FYI, where did Meredith go? Did she go?
Meredith, I was just walking back.
Oh, can I just show you where the, if you go.
So I should take her out the back door.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I
Right
just
through
did
here.
that. I just did that.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
And there's a clicker up there, there are a lot of shows up there, we should be in good shape. There's,
She doesn't put her on slides.
she doesn't have slides.
She doesn't have
Face
slides,
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
Right.
And I'll be in here, so I will manage the
I'm gonna
slides.
check-
Yeah, so I just need to get her in here.
Over there.
And is there a seat for her up there?
I'll think about this.
Or just, you just reserve, as I say, I'll put my stuff down and I'll reserve a seat for the two of us.
Okay.
Maybe put her on the end?
Yeah.
With her, okay.
You just want to throw stuff sample for her.
Or actually, we're gonna walk out of that.
One second.
I mean, they're only gonna be here a minute, that's one reason I kind of hate to take too much space. Because they're only here for like 10 minutes.
Parents?
No,
I mean,
Liz and, like, we're taking 2 prime seats away from parents who
Well,
who
do you
have to be in
want,
another
do you
room.
want to put her in the corner there then?
Yeah,
So she can have, if she needs to
that'd be
exit?
fine.
You know, she'll just have to walk across.
Or I can, how about I put him over by the podium on a wall?
Yeah. I was
Let's
gonna
just get
say,
2 chairs.
Let's just take 2 chairs.
That'll be Scott and Liz. I'll get one if you get one.
So,
Okay.
okay, so then.
So this is projected out into the big room when you came up, not the big room.
Yeah,
To
the
the screen
camera.
in front. Yes.
And-
Do we have 2?
And Chris, are you going to get to read all your
Oh.
emails like us? Oh.
Yeah.
But what did you want the other one? This one is the high up, there's no place for it.
Do we have the one hanging though? We're gonna hang the one out in front of us.
I don't have that one.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay, so, now, they will be the, whatever is the PowerPoint, and they will be playing with the speaker.
Okay. Awesome.
Are we recording?
No.
No.
So,
Oh, no.
can I jump in one
Yeah.
regarding uniform? So here is, the guys will certainly sit up there in order to get them on the little square out in the other screen.
Meredith?
Otherwise, it's. So we have one big screen out there and that's where the PowerPoint is, but they're gonna be able to, you can cut out the speaker so you can PowerPoint and just talking.
So sitting at these seats.
Well, look at these people.
But, look at, right, in the room, but.
Yeah.
Up there, so I'll see.
Yes, yeah. So they can sit up front, come up front and sit, but when they answer a question, they're gonna come first. And then it's not.
If the camera's, where's the camera? That's the camera, I'm assuming then, right?
I'm assuming.
Yeah, okay, so
They have
that's.
several, they're gonna do it the way that works.
Okay, so that must be the camera there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's gonna take some time for them to come up.
Yes,
So maybe what Bree has to do is she just has to, whatever, she'll just have to tell them who's first, second, third.
Yep.
I think we'll just do it that way, and we'll have to ask them multiple questions. I think it's gonna take a lot of time. It's gonna be a pause. So we're not gonna see Maria on the stage.
they will when she's introducing.
So which answers the question? So let's see,
Yeah, she should be there and kind of step inside.
exactly,
Yeah.
that's what I'm, you know, is that the same in the other one?
This is the parent.
The parents meet the
Yeah,
students.
no, the students is just one big room.
Okay.
They're not. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's in one- where is it in one class?
In the other room, because the other room, we've got 2 big. Are you all parents? Okay, just making sure. Have a seat wherever you like.
Morning, Lizzie, where do you like to sit?
She's gonna go up.
She's gonna go right after that. Morning, hi. Anybody like?
It's like, she'll walk over and she'll make
So. She'll walk out.
Okay.
And I told her that, but I
Yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah.
transition.
I know.
Okay.
I just put it there. Not really. Just kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't like, this is, this isn't, saying something.
Wait,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that always happens, that happens
Oh, okay. We've done.
I think all these,
We've done different initiatives.
how to try and increase that, and we haven't, none of them. Yeah.
No, no, they should. No, I'm saying I'm just trying to follow. You know,
I don't know, I don't speak for them.
back and do it.
So if folks got here early, you get the main room where the speaker's gonna be. Well, I wanna be live streamed over there, so please go in the seats here.
Morning.
Welcome. The parents are in here, yes. Welcome. Right in here, sir. Why don't you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Just in the meantime, can someone just position themselves here and direct them in?
It'd be better.
Okay.
Go one more.
Backyard, so like all this way. I see my aunt's house, and she was in a townhouse. Yeah, it's like so, second floor, like there's two bedrooms and each have a bathroom. And then down there. First year.
Oh. I'll meet you there.
What?
Yes, there is. No, it's a working place. It's at 1:15. That, yes, that's. Oh, yeah. They're gonna walk over to it. Yeah.
You get a count. I'll just say hello really quickly. My name's Curtis Weaver, I'm Vice President of Student Affairs. Thank you for being so timely. Our parent program got so large that we had to go into a second room. By being earliest, you get to be in the room where the speakers are. The rest are projected to the other one. So thank you for being here on time. We start at 9:30. We have a little time before we start. Thanks. I know a few people were asking about water. There is water service in each of the rooms. It's actually directly outside this door. So if you're looking for a glass of water, it's right outside the door. So we kind of talk to So when we go up and do our thing, we're telling go up the front, sit across the front, just so we're in a row.
Yeah.
But then that person's speaking, and then the other program that would be on the other room. What's going on there? So, The seats where you were.
I just thought they were Friday or Saturday. Like after lunch, we go to. Yeah. There. No, I saw that.
Oh. We'll go right over, where do you want the chair? Here?
Yeah, maybe we can.
Okay.
Some other people.
All right. Yeah.
I'll be here in 1 second.
Just think you don't have to study. Student does.
Yeah. Oh, it's. Yeah, right.
Like that or she
Yes. Just what how many years ago?
at the college when you. I can only try my
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
That's why I got you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we just made a new one. It's a book for my dad. So it's just sort of. It's good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love that.
Right.
More those like
Well, so we're in New England.
We'll start in just a second. It's still really loud. We're not live. No, wait, 20 minutes. Oh, and they're almost finished getting some yeah. I told the ITV people this.
Yeah.
Probably a little purple if I can. Yeah, fine. I'm letting out. Is that ready for 4 o'clock in the morning? No, it wasn't. No, but I should be first. No, I'm good now. I knew I needed to get up that early. I'm going to turn this right ahead to yours because I'm probably going to work on writing a document. Wait, are you using it?
Like years ago.
Awesome. Okay. I'm going to turn it to there. We can just all use our own. Okay. I'm going to go. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. And I'm sure I'll hear in a moment if people cannot hear me in our other room across the way. So I want to start by saying our parent numbers this year were fantastic for this event. We were about 90 to 95 people over our numbers from last year, which is why we have this 2 different room situation, because we reserved the large one and we had to do an overflow. So thank you. As the early arrivals over here, you are in this room, and I went over and just talked to the others over, it's called the, I believe it's called the entrance hall. Welcome to you as well, and I'll make sure I pop over there and talk to you in person at some point. So good morning, welcome to LIM College. We're very happy that you joined us for parent and family orientation. We had the, as I just mentioned, the good problem that our registration numbers were higher, so now we have families in 2 different locations. A big round of applause for you, the parents and family members of our incoming class of students. Thank you for joining us this morning and for your support, love, and guidance that you provided our new LIM students. My name is Curtis Hoover, and I have the privilege to serve as the Vice President of Student Affairs. I'm in my 3rd year at LIM, but I've been doing this work for about 30 years. Orientation is so important because it works to set your students up for success on their academic journey to the college. As new family members of our LIM College community, I'm here to greet and welcome you from the Division of Student Affairs. I see some very familiar faces in the room. I saw some of you out in the lobby when you were checking in as well. I met many of you through your admissions journey at an open house, an Accepted Students Day, an LIM Up Close event in the summer, or even one of our virtual engagement experiences during the summer. So important that we work together now to support the success of each of your students. Oh. That's funny. That tested that earlier and it worked. Give me 1 second. Do me a favor, Doris. There's an IT person right outside this door. Can you just give them that our clicker stopped? I will move ahead. I'll click ahead in a moment. I apologize for that. Yeah, the clicker stopped. Sorry, everyone. Give us 1 moment to address the technical. I can click the mouse, but I need to speak here to be on camera.
I'll click it for you.
One thing we do well at LIM is we roll with the flow, and we're very flexible and adaptable. So we'll be doing this without a clicker, and I'll get it fixed here before other presenters come up. So IT person, if you can hear me, if we can click to the next slide. Oh, there I am, okay. And actually go ahead and click to the next slide. Thank you, okay. Now we're back on track. The greater the student's involvement in college, the greater the amount of student learning and personal development. This is one of my favorite student developmental quotes, and I'm certain you and your students will hear me share it a few times over the coming years. If you've seen me talk already this year, you've probably already heard me say this. I say it a lot because it's really important. Cannot stress how important being engaged and involved in the LIM College experience is. Students are going to learn so much, really amazing lessons in the classrooms and their internships and co-ops, but they're also going to learn a lot from what they do outside of the classroom and their involvement and engagement in student clubs and organizations. We know that students who are involved are more likely to feel connected, perform better academically, to remain at the college, and to graduate. How students choose to get involved and engaged is different for each student. And those opportunities exist whether they're attending classes on ground or online, living in the residence hall with 380 other LIM students, living with family members, or living in or around New York City in an apartment on their own or with friends. I mentioned how involvement and being engaged helps students become connected. I want to take a quick moment to share our LIM College core values. Next slide, please. As you can see, they spell CARES. I would hope and expect that through the enrollment process, you've already been seeing these core values exhibited in our interactions with you and your students. LIM College is a caring community. We want each student to succeed and reach their full potential. I think it's very fitting that our core values come together to capture that sentiment. I want to take a moment now to share what our schedule looks like today. Next slide, please. So for the Parent and Family Program, after I finish speaking, I'm going to welcome up our president of LIM College, Elizabeth Marcuse. After that, we have greetings from our LIM College Provost, Dr. Scott Carnes. Then there'll be a panel, a campus resource panel about partnering with faculty and staff for student success. We'll then take a quick break for some water and bathroom breaks. We'll have an alumni panel that we're calling LIM College Leads to Amazing Career Opportunities after the break. Then we're going to have a student panel where you'll meet some of our orientation leaders and learn about their experience here as students. And then we'll have a closing, and the parent program will wrap up around 12 to 12:15. To begin today's program, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. To begin today's program, it's now my pleasure to introduce LIM College's president, Elizabeth Marcuse. She's led the college since 2002. I'll give you a further opportunity to do that in a moment. She's led the college since 2002 after spending nearly 2 decades building a successful career in the fashion industry, including serving as director of retail planning for the Donna Karan Company. Under President Marcuse's leadership, LIM has become a master's degree granting institution, expanded its range of degree offerings, and welcomed a student body that is both more racially, ethnically, and geographically diverse. President Marcuse is the vice chairperson of the Board of Trustees of APC Colleges, where she is an active advocate for higher education issues on both the state and federal levels. She also serves on the advisory board of Fashion Group International and is a member of Women's Forum of New York, an organization dedicated to the advancement of women's leadership. In recognition of her contributions to education and the business of fashion, President Marcuse was awarded an honorary Doctor of Commercial Science degree, and she is also a recipient of Bragg's Fashion Leadership Award for her accomplishments in education and commitment to diversity and inclusion. Please welcome President Elizabeth Marcuse.
Thanks, Curtis, for that lovely introduction. Good morning. Good morning. One more time. Good morning. Hello, everyone, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. You are now official members of the LIM College family. I know your support has played an indispensable role in getting your student to this point, and we hope that will continue to be the case. Because research shows that when family members understand the college experience and know what resources are available to their students, those students are more likely to be successful. And I know that's ultimately what we all want. I hope those of you with students who moved into our residence hall at Found Study are getting settled. And those of you who have students who will be commuting to campus are starting to learn their way around too. This is the most exciting city in the world, yet it can be overwhelming. And it definitely takes some time to get used to. But the opportunities your student will have for personal and professional growth are limitless. LIM College has been in New York City since 1939. The fashion and business worlds have grown and changed immeasurably since then, and so has our college. Yet throughout that time, our guiding mission has always been the same: to educate and prepare students for successful careers through an immersive approach grounded in learning by doing. Fashion and lifestyle are rapidly evolving sectors of the global economy. And as the business of fashion and lifestyle changes and evolves, the career opportunities in it are expanding and evolving as well. As we have done for nearly 85 years, LIM College is proactively anticipating and responding to changes in the world that will shape your students' professional future. This means that the knowledge and skills they acquire during their time with us can be applied in all kinds of careers. Learning the ins and outs of the specific field they are interested in will only be one part of your students' experience. They will also learn how to think analytically, communicate clearly, solve problems, and leverage new technologies. And they will not be alone on this journey. They and you are now part of a community, and this community can be one of their greatest tools for success. We recognize that being a college student can be stressful, particularly when starting out in a new environment. And we are here with a huge range of resources to support both their academic success and their emotional well-being. So, if and when your student needs assistance, please encourage them to ask for it or have them accept it when help is offered. There are so many people pulling for them and who they can go for help. In addition to the professors they will learn from, we have academic advisors, career coaches, mental health counselors, student mentors, residential community advisors, tutors, and the list goes on. In a few minutes, you will hear much more about the wide array of resources available from a panel of our student service leaders. Each and every one of your students has enormous potential and possibilities, and along with our and your support, their dedication and hard work will get them across the stage on graduation day. And believe me, those 4 years go reeling fast as none of us age. As I will say to the students, there's a lot of information coming at you right now. And you are probably also experiencing a lot of different emotions. Just do your best to take everything in. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask them. And please encourage your student to take advantage of all the events and activities we've got planned in the next few weeks and throughout the semester. The more they get involved and go to things, the more likely they will be able to make new friends, form personal connections, and feel comfortable. It's a process. We want them to work hard and have fun and make memories. I realize that your students' decision to attend this college places a responsibility on all of us faculty, staff, and administrators to provide them with the best experience possible. Every day that I come to campus, I am aware of the trust you are putting in us to provide your student with the knowledge, skills, and support that will allow them to flourish as successful professionals. They are coming to us with big dreams, and we are here to give them the resources and tools to make those dreams a reality. I wish you and your students the best of luck as you begin this amazing journey. It may not always be easy, but there's a lot to look forward to. For now, I hope you enjoy the rest of today's program, and thank you again for making the commitment to be here today.
Thank you again, President Marcuse. And it worked that time. That's fantastic. Okay, it's now my pleasure to introduce our provost, Dr. Scott Carnes. He joined us just last week after serving as provost of City University of Seattle since 2019. Among his accomplishments there were creating an Office of Social Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, establishing a research institute to support student and faculty scholarship, and increasing student persistence rates. Prior to that, Dr. Carnes was at the Art Institute of Seattle for 22 years. Dr. Carnes' career is grounded in a deeply held belief in the ability of higher education to change people's lives, and in the role of an educated populace in creating a more just and equitable world. Please welcome Dr. Scott Carnes.
Thank you so much, Curtis. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to LIM. I'm thrilled to be here with you today and welcome you to the start of a very exciting journey, both for your students and for you. Your students have worked very hard to get here, but they could not have done it alone. So I want to congratulate you and thank you for supporting your students in getting to this point. I want to add an additional congratulations for encouraging them to pursue their passions. Not everyone chooses to study what it is that they truly love, but doing so can serve people very well. At LIM, we have high expectations, and your students will work hard here. And as a result, there may be times when they doubt whether they can do this. But studies show that people that are doing something that they love instead of doing something for the money or because they're supposed to be doing it are far more resilient and are more likely to overcome an obstacle when they meet it than people who are just doing something for those other reasons. They also tend to be people who have more positive outlooks and can overcome difficulty through problem solving. So trust that that passion will get them through when they have a hard day because they are here because they love what they're doing. And we love it too. You're investing a lot in your students' education. I have been an education leader and provost for a long time, as you just heard. I know I don't look that old. But in that time, I've seen some patterns of behavior that have helped students become successful. One of the best predictors of success that I have seen in my own experience as well as in research is a strong support network. One of the things that I'm about to go in that room and tell students is to tell everybody that they know that they're now a college student and pursuing their dreams. As President Marcuse said, we have an amazing support network here on campus to help students to their goal of graduation. But again, research shows that an external support network is just as important. There will be times when they have to decline their friends' offers to go out so they can stay home and do homework. They'll have to ask work to make adjustments to their schedule to accommodate a major project. They might even have to say to you, sorry, I can't come home this weekend. I'm working on an internship. All of those conversations are much easier to have when everyone knows that they're doing this and is already set up to support them. I think of this as a partnership. Your love and support got them here and will continue to serve them throughout their time in school, reinforcing both their external support network and supplementing the incredible array of services that we have to support them here on campus. Your guidance, encouragement, and understanding will be invaluable to them as they navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I encourage you and ask you to maintain open lines of communication with your students. Sometimes you might not hear from them for a while because they're having so much fun and working so hard, but keep those lines open, fostering an environment where your student feels comfortable sharing their experiences, their successes, and even their concerns. One of the joys of college is that it's a place of exploration, both academically and personally. Your student will encounter diverse perspectives, engage in intellectual debates, and have the chance to immerse themselves in those subjects that they are so passionate about. And as they engage these things, they will inevitably face moments of uncertainty and may even stumble along the way. But that's perfectly okay, and we encourage that because it's through those challenges that growth and learning occur. I also want to emphasize the importance of balance, and I'll say this to your students too. College life can be demanding, filled with assignments, projects, and social activities. Encourage your students to manage their time wisely, make use of the resources available to them on campus, and prioritize self-care. Remind them that seeking help when needed is a sign of strength, not a weakness. We here at LIM are here to support your students in getting to graduation and beyond into the workplace doing what it is that they love. Thank you for the privilege of trusting us to get them and guide them on this path. And thank you for being a partner and making them the successes that we all want them to be. Have a wonderful time here at orientation today. Please take the opportunity to get all of your questions answered, and welcome to LIM. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carnes. So next up, I'm going to invite some of my colleagues to join me. We'll each speak a few minutes and we'll have some Q&A at the end. I do have some colleagues in the other space that if you have questions, they'll make themselves available and they will text us the questions so we can answer those for you as well. So I'd like to invite up Jackie Orticelli, our Senior Director of Student Success and Enrollment and Academic Advising. You can join us at the podium, at the table if you'd like. I'd also like to invite up Fred Hamilton, the Director of Student Financial Aid. Eurydice Sanchez, Assistant Director of Career Development and Advising. And Dr. Heather O'Leary, our Director of Counseling Services. And for the panel, when it's time for you to speak, you will come up to the podium so the other room can see you as well. Okay. So what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to give an overview of student affairs. I like to say generally, when you think of things that are outside the academic world, it's probably in my world, except for enrollment. Like whether it's counseling services with Dr. O'Leary or diversity, equity, inclusion, housing, residence life, student clubs and organizations, anything compliance, immunization records, they all kind of fall within what is student affairs. And I'll share a slide on that in a bit. I'll share some COVID policy updates. I know we like to think it's over. It's not quite over, so we still will just share some brief updates about COVID. I'll have Dr. O'Leary come up and give information about the services provided through counseling services. Jackie will come up and talk about advising and registration and FERPA. Fred will come up and talk about student financial services. Eurydice will come up and talk about career and internship services, which is a huge part of what we do at LIM. And then finally, I'll pop back up at the end to talk about safety protocols, staying connected, and our best contact information for parents and families. Okay, so I said, what is student affairs? It's all these things. I'm not going to read them out loud and bore you, but you can kind of say I hit a few of them when I was talking earlier. That's all the different things that my team at the college does. So it hits some of the things I said already, but it also involves, we do orientation, we do commencement. So I always call those the bookends of the college experience. Like we're here to get them set up to start off strong. And then we're here helping them plan that commencement walking across the stage in 4 years. You can always, a really quick note from almost any faculty and staff member at LIM College, our emails are really easy to remember. If you know our names, you know our email addresses. It's generally our first name, our last name at limcollege.edu. I would say 99% of the time that's accurate. You can also email studentaffairs@limcollege.edu. I give that as kind of a primary email account for parents because even if I am not the right person to answer your question, I will get your question to the right person. And so I'll make sure you get a response. So if you ever have any question, you can always reach out to us in Student Affairs and I will make sure we can get you to the right person. Clubs and orgs are a big part of what we do in Student Affairs. We talk about this a lot with your students. So these are all of our active clubs. We had about 6 new clubs start last year. So the little star at the top, you can start a new club, is 100% real. Last year, the South Asian Student Association was started, the Photography Club, the Fiber Club, which is actually a knitting and crocheting club. First college I ever worked at with a knitting and crocheting club. And I have to tell you, they knit in like a knitting circle in our student center about once a week. It's kind of adorable. It kind of like makes me happy when I see it. And then 2 also I will call out, our 2 largest clubs are the Lexington Line magazine, which I'm sure if you've been to college, you've seen a copy of that. That is student managed. I mean, they do the writing, they do the photography, they do the planning, they set the theme. It's kind of amazing, and it's a professional looking publication. So if your student's interested in anything related to publication, if they're a fashion media major, or even if they just are into photography, really, really good opportunity for them. The other one would be all the clubs involved in the fashion show. And so that's fashion show production, fashion show styling, cosmetics, visual club, etc. Great opportunity to get involved and being a part of our annual student fashion show, which last year was at Hammerstein Ballroom. Some of you, I know some of you were there because I saw some of your faces that night. We invite our prospective students and families. We had about 950 people attend that show last year. So our students also can model in the show, which is a really cool opportunity. When else might a student have a chance to like walk on a stage at Hammerstein? I always like to tell parents about community hour. So every Monday through Thursday from 1 to 2, we have no classes and we dedicate that time to student interaction. So that could be a time for student club meetings, for us to do programming event for students to make appointments with advising or financial aid and get business done. It's also a great time for students to have small group meetings or grab lunch with their peers or meeting in class. I especially like to point that out for the commuter students because ideally it'd be great if your commuter students kind of plan their day so they're here and they hit community hour, because there's going to be a lot of involvement opportunity and a lot of ways to make connections during that hour. The last time I shared this to a parent, they said, why don't you have them on Fridays? Really good question. We don't typically have class on Fridays. We dedicate Fridays to internships and co-ops. So we don't have a lot of people on campus. We don't have classes happening anyway. We still do events. We're still open. We're still there. But we don't talk about community hour on Fridays because it's a different sort of day. So how do your students know what's happening at LIM? First, I want to say, if your students say they don't know what's going on or that we don't do anything, they are not looking anywhere. So the 2 prime places, every day, Monday through Thursday, we send out an email that's called What's Happening at LIM. It couldn't be any more obvious than that, right? It's called What's Happening at LIM. It lists everything happening that day. On Thursday, we say everything that's happening Thursday through Sunday. So we give them everything that's going on campus. It could be professional development, it could be CIS programs, it could be what we're doing in student affairs, it could be a club meeting. We put it all on there. So every day they get at a glance what's going on that day. We also have what we call My LIM. That's available as an app for your phone. So all of your students, you should leave it in and say, hey, did you download My LIM yet? And if they didn't, you should encourage them to do that. It's a free app. All the events are on there. So they can see everything. They can scroll through all the city exploration programs, which I'll mention at some point, as well as that's where they sign up for clubs. So they can go in there now and look at all the clubs and say, I want to be on dance team. I want to be in the fiber club. They can be clicking in and they'll get information about the first meeting. So really important. My LIM and what's happening at LIM, the email that happens every day. So we have what we call Weeks of Welcome, and it basically starts on Tuesday, the first day of classes, and it goes to the end of the month of September. I want to call out a few highlights, and if you want, you can take your phones out. If you scan that QR code, you can see the full calendar of events. It's a lot, and then all those events are already in My LIM. So there's so many places to get this information. I want to highlight a few of things that we're doing that you might want to say, hey, you might want to come and do this. So a few of our events that are coming. Every semester we do a musical or some kind of theater production. We're doing Shuck the Musical in a few weeks. Those will sell at a small ticket price. I think we buy them for this price and we sell them at a discounted rate to the students. We have our student club and engagement fairs, and those are both, we have an in-person one and a virtual one. So it's a great way to meet connections, meet club leaders, and learn about each club. We're going to have ice cream sundaes on the 6th, where basically it's free and come get a free ice cream sundae. And faculty and staff will be serving those. We're doing a paint and sip, non-alcoholic sip, but we're doing that on the 20th. On the 21st, we're doing a Yankees game, and if your student is not from New York, going to a Yankees game is kind of a big deal and kind of like a rite of passage to New York City, even if you're not a Yankees fan. So great opportunity. I think we're selling those tickets for $3. So again, really cheap way to go out and do a really New York City experience. And finally, the last two I'll plug. We're doing what we're calling Pancake Madness. So we're going to be serving pancakes for free in the Student Center, blueberry, banana, chocolate chip, plain, whatever they like. They can come, grab a pancake. And again, it's a free pancake thing. There's going to be a lot of students there. So if your student hasn't made connections when we're getting toward the end of the month, push them to these events because there's going to be a lot of ways to make connections. And finally, one of our really popular events last year during Weeks of Welcome, we did a swag bingo where basically you play bingo and you win free swag, LIM College swag, sweatshirts, sweatpants, t-shirts, etc. So I'll give quick COVID highlights. I'm only going to really highlight one of these. So we no longer require documentation, and we no longer track students who report they have COVID. What I really want to point out, though, is bullet number 4. If a student tests positive for COVID, they're required to contact COVID core team at limcollege.edu. And you might think, well, if you're not tracking, why are you asking them to do that? We're trying to help them. So if a student tests positive, one, we want to make sure they have the guidance they need, because sometimes it could be a minor case, could be a major case, and it might be from China, and they don't really know what to do. Or they might be from California. So we want to make sure we have a conversation with them and they have the guidance they need to do what they need to do to get through COVID. The other thing is we also make sure that they get an excused absence for their classes. And that's the one I try to really, really push home. People might say, who gets these emails? It's 4 people. I'm one of those 4 people. And we respond within 24 hours, even on the weekend. So if someone has COVID and they write to us, we have set days of the week, one of us will write back within 24 hours and give them guidance. Please talk to your students about that. It's really important. Hopefully they're telling you if they have COVID as well or if they're not feeling well, but it's really important that we can assist them. I believe that's my last slide. It is. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Heather O'Leary in the Office of Counseling Services.
This is our thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Dr. Heather O'Leary, Director of Counseling Services and a licensed psychologist. I'm really so thrilled that all of you are here today. Really excited to be with you talking about what I love the most, college mental health, and ways that you can support your students, ways that we can help support your students. It's such an exciting time right now. You can really feel like the palpable hope and energy and excitement, but at the same time, there's the other side of the coin. For many, many folks, you can also feel the stress and you can feel the nerves of it. And what a wonderful moment for you to be here with your student, helping them navigate those complex and ambivalent feelings, because that's really what so much of college, I think, is about, getting used to kind of holding on to what's good and what's not so good sometimes at the same time. And probably some of you in the room are working through that on your own terms. I know I would be as well. So thank you for being here with us this morning. I already shared what I'm going to talk with you about. I'd like to start out by sharing a few milestones in the emerging adulthood developmental years, right? The ages from 18 to 25 is a key developmental time period for every student on campus. Just like all of the other developmental periods you've ushered your students through, this is another key one. Yes, they're going to be navigating it more so on their own at this point in time, but of course, your support in the background is always crucial. So I think it's helpful to start with some of like the normalized, these are things that we can look out for. These are things that your students are going to be working on over the next few years as their brains are going through so many changes and they're experiencing so many new things. Of course, they're going to be challenged intellectually. That's the whole part of the whole point that they're here. But college really serves several other functions that are helpful in other areas of their development. One thing that we see really frequently is during this time period, students are learning how to manage their emotions. Hot, high, big emotions are very common. Maybe they already have been, probably they already have been for a few years, but it's very normal for at this particular point in their lives, students to work through what's effective for them to regulate their feelings. When they're feeling so angry, that's okay. How are they going to then work through it and navigate it in a professional way, navigate it in a way that's useful in their relationships? It's really a key learning moment. And I think that's helpful to keep in mind when your students come to you with their big emotions, that this is something that developmentally they're actually working on. And it's important for them to go through it, to feel those things and to come out on the other side. Of course, in independence, another key milestone. Many of you will be saying goodbye to your students today, tomorrow, soon. Some of your students may have been waiting for this moment. Some of you may have been waiting for this moment for years. But at the same time, even if that's the case, there's likely to be the undercurrent of sadness, the undercurrent of fear. There's going to be moments where it's really hard to be independent, no matter how much they wanted it. And so that's something that they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to use their independence in ways that, you can anticipate might not have been the best way to do it, but that's going to be another learning developmental point. And we hope that those mistakes are small enough to get through, right? And learn from, get again to the other side and keep moving. And your support in that is crucial. Of course, there's some other developmental milestones that really cluster together, establishing someone's identity, clarifying their goals, their values, their beliefs. This is a huge time, of course, of exploration around who am I? What is most meaningful in my life? How do I want to represent myself to the world? And you might see a lot of transitions. You might see a lot of changes. You might see a lot of those explorations. That's a good thing. This is the time to do it. This is the time to really expand horizons and work on it. That doesn't mean it's always going to feel good for them. That doesn't mean it's always going to feel good for you, but that's also okay, because they need to do it and they need to go through it and come through in the next few years feeling like, okay, I know who I am and why I've chosen to be that way and what my values and beliefs are. The last thing I want to underscore is, again, a major part of this developmental window is building community. And all day long, you will hear folks talking about the ways that we can support your student in building community, but the reality is your student has to do it. Your student has to go out there. They have to put themselves out there and be ready to fail, be ready to be, not accepted, so that they have the opportunity to be accepted, so they have the opportunity to meet their crowd. I think it's challenging for a lot of students to come into a space where there's so many different opinions and so many different ways of being, and even having a roommate that might live very differently from them. Those can be very challenging things, but they're good. They're good challenges, right? Because they feed into this ability to build a community, to be accepting and open and new in different ways. And so your support in helping them navigate what's hard and saying, okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to work through that is really crucial. So, of course, again, just to underscore, we know from all the other developmental time points in your students' lives, that growth and development is exciting. It's positive. It's wonderful. These moments where they do something new, where they achieve new things, it also often comes with an undercurrent of something being really hard, something being really frustrating, something being really scary at the same time. And so being able to support your students, and that's what we'll do in our office as well, and holding all of those things together and holding on to hope that this is going to get easier, and the good and the bad can live together at the same time, or the good and the hard, and that's good. We do also, so while stress and while, uncomfortable moments and dissatisfaction are all common in this time period, we of course know that mental health issues on college campuses have been on the rise for the last decade, right? 1 in 5 students will experience some sort of mental health difficulty during their college years. It's really real. Anxiety, depression, we see it every day. And so we also want to keep in mind the fact that stress and difficulty and anxiety are part of a normal developmental life, but we also have to look out for some of the things that are more worrisome, right? So if you're ever listening to your student and hearing that, for a couple of weeks, the sadness really isn't shaking, the hopelessness seems to be sort of a stable thing that's going on, they might not be leaving their room for many days at a time, these are warning signs that they need some additional support. And you can provide some support, but we're also here to support them. So I want to leave you with ways that you can contact us, of course, as we're going along. So Dr. Scott Carnes already shared a number of ways that you can support your students, and so I'm not going to talk too much about that. But one thing I do recommend is asking your student to sit down, take 5 minutes, and write down 5 things that they can do to take care of themselves, 5 things that they can use to cope when things get hard, so that they're building in active coping strategies strategies to use when things aren't terrible. So if it gets hard down the line or when it gets hard down the line, they can lean on those things. And again, please help them, encourage them to reach out and to build community. That's really one of the most protective factors that they can have here. And then keep an open line of communication with them. They may or may not want to hear your opinions on how to solve whatever is going on. Again, back to the independence piece. But what they do need is to know that they have a space they can come to talk to you when they're feeling like things are heavy and hard. I'm just going to leave this up for a quick second. These are a couple of resources that I really like. If you want extra resources on how to have difficult conversations with your students, how to talk with them about mental health issues in their lives, I really recommend these resources. They're very accessible and helpful. It can be hard to have some conversations with students about how they're doing. Collegeparentsmatter.org also focuses quite a bit on substance use, which we know students can lean on sometimes to try and regulate things that aren't going well. And so there's some really helpful conversation starters in these materials. You can also reach out to me if for some reason it doesn't work out for you with the QR code, and I'll be happy to send them to you. All right, so I'm going to shift focus now and talk a little bit about ways that we can support your student while they're on campus. We are a small office located on the 14th floor of Maxwell Hall. So we're a little bit private, we're a little bit away from the main student space, so students have privacy when they come and see us. You can reach us at counseling@limcollege.edu, or as Curtis said, my email is heather.o'leary@limcollege, and our phone number is listed here as well. Students can email, students can call us to make an appointment, and we'll get them set up with the next available counselor. We have 4 folks in our office, myself included, who see students for counseling, and Quinette Williams keeps us all up and running and manages the immunization records for the college. We offer short-term individual counseling services, therapy for students. Sometimes students come and see us for one session. Sometimes they come for a few months and have a short-term course of therapy with us. There really isn't any problem that's too big or too small. Sometimes folks feel very supported, just having a space to talk for an hour once, and that's enough for them. Other folks want to work through something, and we're here to help them do that. We've worked with students for all reasons, students with histories of mental health difficulties, students who have never experienced counseling before. So really, there isn't any expectation, and anyone can reach out to us for any reason, and we'll help them. We offer in-person and virtual appointments, but most of our students want to come see us in person. And we also offer crisis intervention and support. Now, on that note, when we're on campus, when our office is open, we're available for mental health crises to walk your student through whatever it is they need in that moment. I also like to share with folks that 988 is the National Crisis Support Hotline. So you can call, you can text 988 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if you need or your student needs some sort of in-the-moment support. It's a really great resource, 988. All right. We also do consultations and referrals very, very often. So if you're ever concerned about your student, you are more than welcome to give me a call, send me an email, and I'll set up a time to talk with you about your concerns. And we'll put our heads together and think of some ways that we can get your student some extra support, make sense of what might be going on for them. I'm here to be a resource for you in this transition as well. And the same goes for, if your student's concerned about a friend or a roommate, we offer consultations for that as well. We also offer referrals. If your student needs a referral to a psychiatrist or eating disorder specialist or some specialized sort of treatment or long-term care in the community, we're very well connected, and we can help them get set up with something that will work for them. Of course, our services are confidential. Ethically, legally, when I speak with a student, I am bound to keep their information private and protected. That's part of what makes counseling work. That's part of my job. And so it can help students to know that that's the case. We do a number of outreach events, workshops, focused around health and wellness for our community. We really like to create a community where mental health matters, where feelings are openly discussed and accepted. This is a really important thing for our students. So you can see here we do a number of things from yoga to dog therapy to self-defense, taught by a 3-time black belt. It's a hands-on course. I really recommend students come. We'll also be providing different workshops around anxiety management and, beating the blues, managing depression. We have a lot going on. There's also a student club called Active Minds. We're starting up this year, focused on mental health issues, so students can reach out about that. Our office manages medical withdrawals as well. So if your student is ever in a position where they're medically unable to continue with their coursework for a semester, you or them would contact our office and we'll help walk you through the process. Should that ever happen and you're not sure who to reach out, just ask anyone and they'll direct you to us and we can help through that. The college does not have a medical facility on campus, but we do have a number of resources listed on our counseling services website. As well as within our office. Students often call us and ask us for medical referrals, and we're happy to help with that, happy to help navigate how to use their insurance and those sorts of things, although we don't manage it. We also have a dedicated partnership with Northwell Health, which is a big hospital system in the city. Students can use this QR code, go to the dedicated link, and get a same-day urgent care appointment with Northwell Health, and they'll provide additional resources as well. They also have health information that's helpful. The last thing I have for you today is immunization record keeping. So our office also manages health records for the college. So we are collecting immunization records. Please note that the deadline has passed. Immunization records are late. If you know your student has not gotten them in by New York State law, they must submit them to our office, or else they will not be able to be on campus. If they've been in contact with us, we've got them, and we're in process with them, but they can use this QR code. You all can't access it probably, but your students can use this QR code to log in to their secure portal, submit their records, and get to their classes. Thank you all so much. Really glad you're here. Please don't hesitate to reach out. And I'll pass it to Jackie Coraggio, Director of Academic Advising.
No. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Good. I met a handful of you yesterday at Move-In. My hair was a lot bigger because of the rain, but it's good to see you all again. Your students are going through a very interesting time right now. It's an exciting time, but it's also a scary time. A time when they are undoubtedly uncomfortable. So to even the playing field just a little bit, I'm going to have everybody turn to someone next to them that they don't know and introduce themselves. Go ahead, turn around, and everybody in the other room as well. Thank you. Wow. Okay. All right, come back to me. Okay, clearly everybody needed a moment to take a breath. That's great. I'm glad. This is what your students are going to be doing for the next day, weekend, the next few weeks. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind. Again, awkward moments, uncomfortable moments, moments when they're meeting new people, just like we did right now. So just stand by them, encourage them. There are going to be moments where they are unsure of everything around them. I'm sure there's been tears already for some of you. It is normal and it is to be expected. I am here to talk about student support from the perspective of academic advising and a number of other resources that we have here on campus. As you know, LIM is a small institution. What that means for us is that your student is not just a number, they're an individual who we want to listen to and support. Your student will have questions. They will go through highs and lows throughout their time with us. There will undoubtedly be tears, as I already said, frustrations at some point. There will be moments of uncertainty, hopefully excitement, fear, and thrill. All of this is normal. And fortunately, we're all here to help them along the way. There are a variety of offices on campus dedicated to assisting your student from academic and personal and professional. We have academic advising, the Academic Resource Center, accessibility, career and internship services. You'll hear from a lot of these folks today. Student financial services, student life. Every new freshman every new first-year student takes a first-year experience course where there's a student mentor assigned to the class, so they have a peer that they can go to ask questions on a weekly basis. Faculty, we always forget to mention our wonderful faculty that they see every week in their classes. Utilize all of these folks around campus. Encourage your students to talk to these people and to ask questions if they don't know what to do or where to go. So how can you support your student? So if you are taking notes, this is the time. First and foremost, print the academic calendar. You can Google LIM College academic calendar. I cannot stress this enough. I would say almost every staff and faculty member on campus has this printed at their desk and highlighted with every single important date. The academic calendar, again, we tell students to print this as well. Who knows if they do, but parents and family members, please print the academic calendar. You will find information including the add drop deadline. And for those of you who don't know what that is, for the first 5 business days of every semester, we have the add drop period. That's the period during which your students can add new courses and remove current courses from their schedule without there being repercussion on their transcript or their GPA. So just a time to change their classes around. They may be meeting someone at orientation this week, and they want to take a class with that person. They can change their class schedule around right now, and they can do that without any outcome on their official transcript. That add drop deadline ends at a certain point, and once that's over, they can no longer switch their course schedule around. That period is always on the academic calendar. So it's really important to know when that period takes place and when it ends. The add drop calendar also has the withdrawal deadlines. So once we leave the add drop period, we enter the withdrawal period. That's the time when your student can only withdraw from a class that stays on their transcript. There's a W on their transcript as a result of a withdrawal. It's an official process. And again, even that has a deadline, which is posted to the academic calendar. For students who might be coming from further away and you know that your student will want to make travel plans at some point to come home, the academic calendar has when the college is closed. So Thanksgiving break, winter break, anytime we're closed for a holiday, that's all posted to the academic calendar. And then financial deadlines and other major events that take place on campus are typically posted to the academic calendar. So again, I cannot stress this enough, print out the academic calendar. We also want you to encourage students to check their email. I cannot stress this enough. Checking their LIM College email is so important, and it should be done every single day. For privacy purposes, staff and faculty at the college will only email your student to their LIM email. So it will make a huge impact on their experience if they're not checking their email. My team has met with every single incoming student this summer, and we have them open their email, and I can tell you right now, some of them have 900 emails sitting in their inbox. We're all guilty of this. We try to encourage them to clean out their inbox before the semester starts, so if you can get on board with us and encouraging them to do that, and maybe we can all clean up our own Gmails, right? So please tell them to check their LIM College email. As a parent or family member, we encourage you to check in with your student regarding their registration each semester. How many credits are they taking? Do they have a graduation plan on file? Every student has the ability to meet with an academic advisor and create a full graduation plan with a list of every single class that they should take every semester until they graduate. We will make that for them. They will have it. Ask them about it. Make sure they're following it. We cannot force students to take the classes that we tell them to take. We encourage them to follow the plans that we make for them, But unfortunately or fortunately, it is up to the students to choose the classes that they want to take. So as parents and family members, check in with your students. Ask them if they're following the graduation plan that they have on file or the recommendations that were given to them from their academic advisor. All students will meet with an academic advisor every single semester to talk about coursework, to ask questions, to get referrals around campus. They will talk to us every single semester. We actually put a hold on their account that prevent them from registering for future terms until they meet with us. So just check in with them and make sure you're asking these sorts of questions. And then follow us on social media. Our Instagram account is life@LIM. It's the one that I follow. A lot of important reminders will be on the Life@LIM Instagram account, as well as just fun and exciting things happening around campus. Okay. Also, talk to your students. Oh, I mentioned talking to an academic advisor. Talk to your students about FERPA. FERPA is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974. FERPA is a federal law that protects a student's education records so that they remain confidential between the student and the college. However, students are able to complete a FERPA release form, which enables various offices around campus to discuss information with folks other than the students. These folks are most often parents and family members. If you know that you want to be involved at a more intimate level in your students' academic progress, their coursework, their housing experience, things of that sort, you want to talk to your students about FERPA. They have to fill out a form in order for us to talk to you about these things that are going on with them. So talk to your student about the FERPA release form. They have to request it from the college and fill it out. Only they can fill it out. And if you know that you want to be involved at that level, you want to make sure you have this conversation with them. Okay, these are just a few of the ways that you can be involved and supportive of your student during their time at LIM. In no way does this cover everything. Outside of what I've already shared and what everybody has been saying this whole morning, encourage your students to ask questions. We are here and we're ready to help your students navigate campus now and until they graduate. Thank you, and I will hand it over to Fred Hamilton, our Associate Director of Financial Aid.
Good. Is it still morning?
It is.
It is. It's been a long couple of days. Welcome, welcome, welcome to LIM College. My name is Fred Hamilton, and I am the Director of Financial Aid, which oversees student affairs, the whole process of what you all have been through. So when I was in school, my favorite book was A Tale of Two Cities, right? Tale of Two Cities. Your student is going to be in New York City living a totally different life than where you are coming from, okay? And guess what? The one thing that we always encourage our students to remember in the process is that as they are here, life is still going on at home. So you still have other responsibilities and other things that you have to manage in order to ensure that they stay in school. And so one of the most important things for us to keep in mind is the constant connection that you will have with me and my office to make sure that things are flowing smoothly and that your student is safe and comfortable in the process. And so Jackie mentioned a very important document that I really want to make sure that you're aware of and that you encourage your student to complete, the FERPA documentation. Okay, so throughout the summer, I've probably spoken to most, if not some of you, or been in contact with some of you throughout the process of making sure that you had the financial resources in order for your student to go to school. once they get in as a student and that first day of class, things shift, right? And so it's going to be really, really important for you to ensure that they have that FERPA document completed, because that FERPA document allows me and my office to communicate to the same level of detail that we did prior to them being a student. Okay, so FERPA is important. It's like mandatory. And sometimes we'll probably have to venture over to Dr. O'Leary's side and talk about how to have a good conversation with your student about processing, right? Okay, because guess what? They will come to school and they think they are independent, or as my grandmother used to say, they think they're grown at this stage of the game, but they're still a student and they're still under your coverage, right? And so but because of the FERPA documentation, we will be very limited in our conversation and talking to you about what's going on with them, right? Doesn't make too much sense, right? Because you're paying the bill and you fitted the bill. And, some parents have used that as a threat tactic. And I'm not saying to threaten your kid that, hey, we're not going to pay anything unless you sign that FERPA agreement. But it's been done in the past, so you may want to utilize that leverage that you have, okay, to make sure that your student completes that document. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you already know and what will kind of be the same for your student going forward. So tuition and the fees are going to be those two top items here. For the fall, or what you will see as well for the spring semester. So when we talk about the global part of financing your students' education, but we're basically talking about, and we kind of break it down, say, this is what we are experiencing for the fall. So you will see a billing statement from my department. That billing statement will have all of these charges. It will have the tuition, it will have the fees, it will not always have the comprehensive health insurance, because guess what? That's one of the things that students have the opportunity and you to waive, or you maintain that opportunity. But for the spring semester, you won't see it because that health insurance option is a one-time option for the year. And so next, we will then move into the housing piece. So your housing information currently on the billing statement may change, okay? Because Curtis's people in his office are doing a heck of a good job at managing the assignments, and they are going to send us, once all of the assignments have been designated, the final listing. So we will probably see some change there in that from what's on the billing statement currently to the exact housing that your student is in at this moment. Okay, most of you have gone through our payment kind of process. We're looking at monthly payments. We're looking at the 529 payments. A lot of aid for your student has already paid out from the Department of Education if you have federal aid, because the federal government gives your student the wonderful option of having that fund applied early in the game. And so what we will do once school starts and Jackie's team tells us that, hey, this is the certification, these are the students that are in class, and it's really important that they go to class, right? So Jackie's team will tell us that they're in class, they're in school, and then we will certify all of the aid, all of the financing that we did earlier. Then what's going to happen is going to be something kind of important for you all to remember. So I want to throw out some key dates for you to remember that will be helpful. Now, the August 15th, we started the opportunity for students to receive a book voucher. Now, a lot of your students probably will not be utilizing that process right now because they haven't been in class. So a faculty member hasn't described to them what's needed and what's not needed. But through that process, so next week on Tuesday, when they start class, and during that whole week, they will have the option of taking advantage of a book voucher if they need. Okay, now, is a book voucher this free element out there? No, the book voucher basically is a voucher that states that you have the money on your account, and that will be coming from that area. Okay, so we'll be doing the book voucher. The other piece that's going to be extremely important, and I want to spend a little time on, is talking about the September 8th date. That's when we and all students will get notices. So if your student applied for additional funds, and those funds are going to come from their student account. You as a parent, you applied for a Parent Plus loan, you applied for extra money to make sure that your student has the additional funds for either food or for transportation and or other resources. On the 8th of September, you're going to get a notice that, and the student will get this into their LIM email address. And so, to Jackie's point again, please make sure, and students will get used to it. I think they get a handle on it once they're in school. Prior to them getting in school, they probably don't have a good sense of the managing these emails all over the place. But I think once they're in school, everything they get is going to come to their LIM email address. So they will become very familiar. But it's going to be very important for you as parents and family and support members to say, hey, check your LIM email. Is there anything out there? Because unfortunately, we won't have the option of communicating with you to your individual email when this happens. So it's going to be really important for you the first couple of weeks to really make sure that they stay on top of their emails because they're going to get notices. ECSI is the area where we transport money from their student account to the student. Okay, and or to you. So in cases that a student's parent took out a Parent Plus loan and that they have a credit on that account, that credit will go directly unless you have designated in the original Plus loan that you want that refund to go to you, the parent. You have an option of saying that you want it to go to the student. But they will have that opportunity to highlight that, but they will get an email so that we can then create an opportunity for the direct deposit so that that fund goes directly to you or to the student, and that we don't utilize that snail mail process of waiting for it to be mailed to you, okay? Now, September 18th, again, key date. We will begin processing all refunds for the fall semester September 18th. Why is September 18th important? Again, going back to the constant connection that we will have between Jackie's office and my office, that's when we end our add drop period, okay? When we close that process out, that date becomes very important because that's the date that students will be able to receive all of the refunds that may be on their account. And then again, September 29th is the date where the deadline for health insurance. So again, you wouldn't have gotten this far without having some type of understanding of that 29th date, but you still have the option of utilizing health insurance until the 29th. And you will have a lot of time to touch base with me and other members of my office as we go through the process. Again, thank you, each and every one of you, for the extremely wonderful efforts that you all put out in this process. The manage of financing one's student to college is not an easy process. So I thank you for the hurdles that you have come over, and I just thank you for being there and engaged and working with your student. You don't know the number of times that we have come across students who don't have the family support to help them. And so I thank you and I appreciate you, and you guys are wonderful. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move it over to Eurydice. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see so many of you here today, and I do recognize a few familiar faces from the summer program. So once again, welcome. I am going to talk a little bit about career and internship services and how, again, we help support your student, and then also some tips for you to help support your student as well. So our mission out of our office is really to empower students to build, design, and launch a meaningful career, because of course that is why they're here, right? And some of the ways that we do this you can see on the screen. So we really have, there's 3 pillars that we're gonna talk about. The first pillar being internships, of course, and internships are really one of the cornerstones of LIM College. On average, and I know there's probably a mixed sort of range in here, but I know we do have some parents of transfer students, I'm sure. But on average, any entering freshman is going to be doing a required 3 internships. And we'll talk about that in a second. For junior transfer students, it's going to be slightly different, but just bear with me here. But it's really all about gaining that real world experience, as President Marcuse spoke of in the beginning, right? And we know it's about, internships are about exploring different careers, learning about different careers, but they're also about gaining that experience that's necessary for students once they graduate to finally really launch their career and to find those jobs that they really want to do. And all of this is through either the required internships or through elective internships that students can do as well. The second piece of this is career coaching, which we offer through our office. And our office is actually located in Maxwell Hall on the 8th floor. We offer, once students are here, they have lifetime access to coaching. And one of the things I would really encourage you is to encourage your students to schedule appointments with us as early as possible. We know once students start coming, they understand what services are available. They understand that they can meet with us as many times as they want to for whatever help they need. They really do much better, and they have an easier job finding those internships. So again, I would really encourage that. And one of the great things that I'll also talk about is that within the courses, we do have required coaching as some of their assignments. And we found that's been really effective in helping to forge those relationships with our office. So career coaching, what else do we do in career coaching? Some of the services that they'll have available to them, so they can really do anything. We have some students that come in and say, I have an interview tomorrow. Can you help me prepare for that? Yes, we absolutely do that. We are able to look at their LinkedIn. We do LinkedIn reviews with them. We'll do Handshake, which we'll talk about in a second, Handshake profile reviews. It's really anything having to do with their career. Again, it could be job or internship search strategies, helping them strategize that, right? Where do they look? How often? What companies? So it's really just about supporting them. That's really what they're there for in any questions that they have regarding their career. Oh, go back for a second. The third piece of it is, of course, the employer piece, which is one of the most important pieces. And this is really about helping students forge those relationships and start getting used to networking. Again, I always say, the more students really can start networking from day one, and that really means with their professors in their classes, with fellow students. We know, by the time they get to their senior year, they're actually finding internships through other students. So it's really important to encourage them again to ask questions, but also encourage them to get out there, whether it's attending something on Zoom, a panel, whether it's just speaking up in class. We have a lot of speakers that come from the industry and come to classes and speak to students, making sure they're asking questions. When we have panelists, they do recognize students afterwards. Students often can connect through a Zoom panel with a professional afterwards on LinkedIn. So again, that networking piece of it, we're really trying to help them forge those initial relationships and then build and develop those relationships throughout the entire time that they're here. So again, you can kind of help encourage them as well on your side. Ooh. Excuse me. So the 3 required internships, as I said again, this is again really a cornerstone of LIM College. There's really 3 levels that we look at. So the first level is what we like to call explore for a couple different reasons. So just to let you know kind of what they'll be doing in that first course. The first course is it's called Internship Prep Designing Your Career. It is literally a preparatory course for the internships and really kind of launching them into their college career. Because in that course, I like to sort of think of it as in 2 ways. The first piece of it is that they're really building what we like to call their career success toolkit. So they're doing things like working on their resume. This is also where required coaching appointment comes in because they review their resume with a coach. So that's happening immediately in that first class. And I'll just note too that every single student, whether they're a junior, whether they're a transfer student, every single student takes this first course. And again, it's really to kind of help set that playing field for them. So they're working on their resume. They're learning about basic communication. How soon after you interview do you write a thank you note, right? How to write a thank you note. What does that look like? How to write cover letters, because yes, people still read cover letters. So all again of those basic essential skills that they need to find then that first internship, that's what they're doing in that course. The other piece of it is kind of the exploratory phase of it. So that's where, and I would ask you, how many of your students think that they know, and just a show of hands, think that they really know what they already want to do? Ooh, only a couple, okay. All right. So we find in classes, because I actually also teach this class, that it's usually pretty mixed, right? A lot of them come in, think they have a very set idea, which often changes. And then some people come in and they find it a bit overwhelming, right? And then the third is that they think they might, for example, I'll use buyer, they might want to be a buyer, but they don't really know what actually goes into that. And I see some head shaking, yeah. So this is what a lot of the assignments in the course are also actually researching careers and learning about careers. And it's complementary actually to what they're learning in some of their other courses. And so we find that, typically by the end of that first semester, they have a better idea really of kind of the various careers that are available to them and what sort of roles are available. I would say by the end of the first year, they have a much better idea, right? It's a process. But that's really what that course is about. And that's kind of how, these are all run out of our office. Also, just so you know, these courses, the internship program is already built in, right? These are core courses that are built into their credits. So the second piece of it is the experiential piece, and this is where they would start their first internship. So internship 1 and then internship 2 are part of that. The other important thing to understand is that for the level 2 and level 3, there is always a course component with the internship, okay? So they're going to class, however they're going to class, whether it's in person, whether it's Zoom, and then they're also going to the internship. And the internships, in terms of hours, they typically build on each other. The idea, right, is that they're developing more skills throughout each of the courses. Throughout each of the courses as well, the internship courses, the idea is that they're developing their professional skills in various areas. And in the internships, they have a mid-semester feedback from their supervisor at their internship. And then they have a final evaluation where they're evaluating them on what we call core competencies, which are things like teamwork and collaboration, right? It could be communication skills. So all skills that employers are looking for, they're learning these in their courses and they're being evaluated them in their internship courses. So really important kind of distinction there. So that's the experiential piece of it. And then the last piece is really what we call empower, because this is sort of their final steps before they're really launching their career out in the real world. So there is one more seminar course that they take, which is called Senior Co-op Prep, Launching Your Career. That course is really geared, again, it's a more elevated learning course where they're developing actually their interviewing skills. Because at that point, they're really throughout the course, they're actually interviewing for that senior co-op. And so they're doing things like, practice interviews, practicing answers to interview questions. And then they're also throughout, working with their professor on, how are they strategizing their search each week, right? Where are they at in the process of finding that senior co-op? Senior co-op is their final experience, and again, it's much more elevated because the idea, right, is that this then is their final culminating internship experience. It's a more significant amount of hours that they're required to do. On average, it's about 4 days a week. Right, so it's really preparing them for then going out into the real world, so to speak. Although we definitely hear from students, right, that it still doesn't prepare them enough. But it's all about that preparation. What does it feel like to actually, whether it's their social media intern and they're going into an office every day working, with the marketing team. What does it actually feel like, the hours? And then also, again, just kind of preparing them, for what happens afterwards. So those are the internships. Then here is just, I know this question always comes up, right? Where are students interning? We are a school for the business of fashion and lifestyle. So all of again, this is just a very, very small sample of employers. But again, all of these, it's a very, very wide range of employers. And I will say it's really across every level of the industry. And again, within lifestyle. So we have students, at entertainment companies. We have students working at PR companies specifically. Up here, you can see kind of a range of luxury companies. We have mass market retailers, we have off-price retailers where students are interning. These happen to just be a few that have actually hosted our students in internships. Many of these are coming to the career fairs as well, which again is one way of connecting students with employers. So again, just a very, very small look at some of the employers, but again, it's much, much more than this. Okay, so then the last key piece of it is really, again, this is part of, right, forging those relationships with employers. But what I want to talk about now is a career management platform called Handshake. This is important for you to make sure that your student, and we have some tips at the end, is really, they should actually already be on Handshake. And Handshake for them is, we internally like to call it a one-stop shop, because it's where students will come to schedule their career coaching appointments. It's actually where they will attend the career fair. The career fair is done virtually. It's amazing because they can actually schedule appointments ahead of time to meet one-on-one with employers for 10-minute mini interviews. So there's no more waiting. I'm sure some of you at some point, right, in life have attended a career fair where you had to wait like an hour to speak with an employer. That no longer happens, right? This makes it so much easier for them. So they can also, once they actually have their first internship, for all their internships, this is where they'll be submitting their paperwork for the internship to have it approved. All of the internships do have to be approved through our office to make sure that it is not only a legitimate company, that's all actually vetted through Handshake, but we actually also vet that as well. But also that it's a significant opportunity for them as well. We want to make sure it aligns with their, what they're looking for in terms of their career. But again, Handshake, they also will attend events on Handshake. So they can attend panel events. The one thing I like to encourage too is that it's not just LIM events. There are over 750,000 employers on Handshake. And if you want to think of Handshake in really simple terms, it's essentially the LinkedIn for college students. And it's really amazing. It has incredible capabilities, but encourage them to go on Handshake, be active on Handshake, attend events on Handshake. They can filter for LIM events only, but I always tell people don't do that. There are so many other events, even outside of LIM, that are posted on Handshake. There's a section on Handshake they can go, they can see what are all the upcoming events. And oftentimes there will be employers like, L'Oreal that post events. So really a lot of opportunity for them within Handshake. It's not just, obviously this is also where they'll go to search for jobs, internships. They can also search for on-campus jobs here as well. So if you have students interested in working on campus, after they've seen Fred's team, of course, then they can also look for jobs on campus in Handshake as well. And then, of course, because they have access to Handshake for Life, if they're an alum, they're having a career change, they have access to Handshake. So Handshake Access for Life, the more they use it, I think this has been said a few times, and even in Curtis's opening quote, but the more active and engaged they are, the more they're going on Handshake, the better results and opportunities they're going to have. So please do encourage that. And then here, you can kind of see, and we have this available for students, but this is actually the QR code to download the app. So again, I would encourage them download the app to Handshake as well, and you can kind of check it out there. And then, so lastly, 5 tips for your students, which I've touched on a lot of these already. But number 1, if they haven't already activated that Handshake account, activate it right away. Number 2, download the Handshake app, right? So they have access to it 24/7. Meet with a career coach. As I said, many of their courses have required appointments that they have to schedule with us. But again, the more they can meet with us, the better, and start to make a relationship, form a relationship. And then 4, so attend careers and events. Again, the more active, the more engaged they are, the better, they can start networking more and find more opportunities that way. The virtual career fair, I'll tell all of you, is on October 24th. All students, just so you know too, again, as I mentioned, that internship prep class that every student takes, we have all of our, we'll be talking to them about the upcoming career fair. So there's multiple opportunities. As other people have noted, make sure they're checking their LIM email, because we'll be sending out, multiple emails about the career fair as well. So October 24th. And then lastly, check Handshake every week as much as possible. We have some students that check it once a day even. But yeah, at least checking every week, going on there and being as active as possible. They can actually message other students on there too to find out information about internships. So that's where I will leave it. I will turn it back over to Curtis. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Eurydice. I wanted to share 2 quick comments before I start, and I know we're running a little behind. One of those is the email situation is real. We tell them, you've heard us say, check your email already probably 5 times in this room. We will say that continuously to your students. There are students who, when it comes time to graduate, we send them the graduation application through their email. And we send it, once it gets to a certain date, we send it to them every day. They get an email. And they'll come to us 2 weeks before commencement and say, hey, I think I'm supposed to graduate, and they haven't done anything because they never check their email. So please reiterate that importance. The other thing I'll just touch base on for a moment, Two of my colleagues talk about FERPA, and FERPA is really important, and you'll definitely hear me. I'm one of the people who, when you call and ask me a question, a lot of times I'll have to say FERPA, because you might ask me about a roommate conflict or a student conduct case or Title IX or any area of that. When your students sign off, though, they do sign off and tell specifically who they want to give information to, like mom and dad, et cetera, and what type of information. And so that's important for them to think about, because I just share that from a student affairs perspective. They are also kind of giving up a right. For money stuff, I agree, push them on it. Like that makes sense for me. But I think sometimes for like, do they want them to know if they have an alcohol violation? They might not. You might want to know, but maybe they might not. So they should just understand what they're signing off on when they sign off. I have a couple things. Parents always like to know about emergency response, so I want to make sure we touch on that. So we have a website, limcollege.edu/safety, which has a lot of our great information on it. We have an emergency response plan that we review and update each year. We have emergency alerts and communication system. So if there is a weather situation in the city and we go remote, or we would cancel, we'd probably go remote most of the time these days. But if for any reason we had to cancel classes in an afternoon, it would go out through that system. All your students are signed up automatically. They don't have to do anything. We have fire safety and we have fire drills. We have trained emergency building teams. So in both of our academic buildings, we have folks trained on each floor to know how to handle different emergencies. We do first aid training for our staff and faculty. We do CPR and automatic defibrillation device training for faculty and staff. We have students of concern intervention teams, and that's a really important one I like to touch base on, because I never talk to the students about having student of concern teams. I talk to the parents about it. So basically, if a student's not showing up to class, and their faculty members reached out and they haven't been responsive, they might send an email or put in a report to students of concern. And basically, that group, which I'm one of the folks that lead it, and we have colleagues across the college, we then figure out the best point of contact. It might be the RCA in the residence hall, if they're a resident student. And we don't go to the student and say, hey, we had a care report about your student. We just say, hey, you haven't been to class for a few days. What's going on? And a lot of times it's something, they were sick, they might have had a death in the family, something happened in their life that kept them from class, but they didn't tell us anything. So I want you all to know that we have we talked about being a caring group of a small caring community, that what we do around our students of concern, I think, really shows that. We have a procedure where we accompany students in ambulances. That's important, especially important at Found. We never want someone to go to the hospital on their own. Now, if they have the roommate wants to go with them, then we'll make sure we're in touch with the roommate. We might not go with them and a roommate, but we will never put them in an ambulance on their own. We will make sure an RCA goes, professional staff person goes, et cetera. We have an annual security and fire safety report. That's a federal requirement. Every college has one. Ours is published online. We have policies and procedures to prevent and respond to sexual misconduct. I'm the Title IX coordinator for the college. Carolyn McIntosh is our deputy Title IX coordinator. It's always important as a male identifying person that I have a female deputy, should the student prefer talking to a female. And then we have an emergency response website. So we do a lot of things around emergency response. I'm also the chair of the emergency response committee. I have a lot of hats at LIM. I mentioned our emergency notification system. It's called Everbridge. We have an app for that as well, so they can download that Everbridge app and they'll get the alert right to the app. Otherwise, they're going to get a text to their phone, they're going to get an email message, and we also put the alerts on our website. It comes out a lot of different ways. Residence hall security. So the residence hall at Found Study has a single port of entry, has 24/7 security at the door, has a guest sign-in process after move-in, because I know right now you're like, no, I just walked in. Once move-in's over, they have to sign in every guest that doesn't have an ID. There's key access for interior and exterior doors. There's on-call and live-in staff, both paraprofessional like RCAs as well as professional staff in the building. If you ever have questions about residence life, best point of contact is residencelife@limcollege.edu. As Fred mentioned, Res Life is one of the things in my student affairs umbrella. I do oversee the area. I'm not always the best person with the most information because I have other staff who do it more directly. Oh, I mentioned students of concern, so I won't go into this much anymore because I just talked through it a moment ago. That's a list of staff that are directly involved with, we call it USOC, VSOC, undergrad students of concern, grad students of concern. But our job is to make sure that if a new issue or concern comes up around the student, we try to figure out the best way to intervene and make sure that student can get back on track and succeed. Campus security and access. So to come into any of our academic buildings, Maxwell Hall or Fifth Avenue, the students have to swipe to go in, and so do we. No one goes in without swiping. So we know everyone who's in and out of that building, really important. Students have to carry their ID, and some students will really struggle with that. And how do I know that? Because I'm the one who finds out when they don't carry their ID. So the first time they get a warning, second time they get a warning, third time they get a communication from me or my office talking about, why is it that you can't seem to carry your ID and why it's important. Fourth time, I make them get another ID because I'm assuming they probably lost it and they have to pay for that additional ID. And then if it goes beyond that, then we actually have to have a conduct conversation because it's a safety and security issue. We're in the middle of New York City. We want people to swipe in when they're coming into a building. And so just like blatantly not carrying your ID is a real problem. So any questions from the panel? And I know for our folks in the other room, I have some orientation leaders. I have Mohammed and Andrew over there, and I believe Laura Siafi from Marketing and Communication is in that room. If you have questions for this group or myself, you can talk to them. They're probably waving at you, and they'll send me a text, and I'll read it aloud. If you're in the room with me and you have a question, you can raise your hand, and I will read it aloud so the other room can hear. Does anyone here have a question for myself or our panel?
Just about dorm life. What about guests? How does that work?
Sure. And so all of the students who live in a residence hall can have guests. They should always talk to their roommate first. Like that's always a good point to start a conversation. If they're having guests for overnight or extended stays, they need to work with the desk downstairs to arrange an overnight or like a 3-day stay. But short-term coming and going is fine, but you still have to sign them in. So say you're coming from class, you have a friend who wants to study with you in your room. You go into Found, you go to the front desk, you tell them you have a guest, and you arrange to sign them in during the day. Sure.
Yes. Do we have access to all the presentations that you're sharing?
That's a great question, and I've had 2 emails from parents during this conversation asking me the same question. Something that we're going to work on is getting a better method to communicate with parents. I think that's something, we don't have all of your contact information in an easy way. If you would like this presentation, I'm probably going to open this up for myself in a moment. If you would like this, I will send you a PDF of it if you email my curtis.hoover@LIM College. I probably won't get to it till next week, honestly, at this point, because I imagine I am going to get slammed with emails by putting that out, but I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Sure. I have another question.
Do we have access to check their grades?
You do not. That's when I would say FERPA. Because that, again, is a protected right of your student. So like their grades are their private information. So if you want to talk to your student and say, hey, I want to be able to see your grades. I'm paying for your education. You can talk to them about that. And then, we have students, I don't recommend, I'm going to say something I do not recommend. We have parents who sign into the student system because the students give them access and permission. Again, I'm not recommending that. I think that opens up a can of worms in a lot of different places. But if you want information, I would have a conversation with your student. But we certainly can't talk to you about grades, just like I couldn't talk to you about some of the other things I listed. One other thing related to what I will hear from someone in the room about. Someone here or in the other room, or probably several of you, will probably reach out to my office in the first month and say, I'm really worried I didn't hear from my student because they're in New York City. They're going to have a really good time. They might have promised you to call every day, and they won't. And that's going to create that's going to cause stress, right? So have those conversations about expectations around calls. But some of you will have like a moment of concern where you don't know why your student hasn't contacted you. If you get there and you want to reach out to someone, you can always reach out to Student Affairs. And what we'll do, if they're in the residence hall, I'll have the RCA drop them a note. Call your mom. And usually that usually takes care of it. If they're a commuter student, then we will try to get them a note in a class. But I'm telling you, most of the time, it's nothing to be concerned about, but it will happen because you're used to having regular communication. If they don't reach out to you, it's going to cause you concern. 1 second. I have a question from the other room saying, and actually, I don't know if I know this. Do we need to fill out the FERPA form every year, or does the student sign it once and it stays active?
Every year.
Every year.
Okay, the answer is you have to fill it out each year. So each year, if you want access, you have to work with your student. They have to email the registrar from their LIM College student account and complete that FERPA form. I have one more email from the other room. Can the parents be included in the emergency alerts? So unfortunately, the emergency alerts are an automatic sign-up process through our Everbridge, but you can always get them. If you go to our website, anytime we have an emergency alert, it's on the top of our website as a banner. So you can always keep an eye there. It's also on our social media. So actually, if you follow us on social, which I encourage parents to do, you're going to see it on there as well. I'm sorry, and there was a question.
There's also one in the back over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do the back one first. I couldn't see you.
Yes. Thanks to the panelists for your presentation. But a question here is, what are the prospects of your students after graduating, getting a worldwide career in the field? This is new to me. When my daughter told me about it, but I am very, very supportive of her. And I will support my children in whatever they choose to do. But at the same time, I want to know what is the record for LIM College with respect to their graduates getting employed or getting involved into the fashion.
So I'm going to try to read that back as best I can, sir, so the other room can hear. The question was, talk about the prospects for graduates from LIM when they leave here, particularly around the world of fashion. And I'm going to have Eurydice come up and respond to that, because that's outside of my world.
All right, so, sorry. So just to give you an idea, last year we had, our current rate is 96% of our students were either working in the field of fashion and lifestyle, or they were continuing on with their education, so going to graduate school. 96% is the highest rate we've actually ever had at the college. And to give you an idea, you know, students are working really in we talked about the variety of companies, but they're working in every area of the field. So again, they can have different, you know, jobs, entry-level jobs from, again, social media, could be PR, but really anything. And I will tell you also that some of the areas that are trending are things like marketing and merchandising. And it's also impressive to note too, I think, that it's the idea that it's not just 96% are working, but they're actually working in the field that they want to be working in. So that, I think, speaks really, really well. And I mentioned, you know, one thing in the courses that they are reviewed on at their internships are their career competencies. And we know that that is actually really, really indicative of how successful they can go on to be in their careers. And our students have a very high, it's actually they're higher than the national average in their career competencies. So they're being scored by their employers higher in that area. So does that answer your question fully? Yeah? Okay, great. Yeah.
When do they start their internships? Like,
Yes, yeah, that's a great question too. So they can start, we have some students that start immediately. So after they take that first internship prep course, a lot of students do choose to go into internship 1 in the following semester. But then often they will wait till sophomore year and start in that first semester. So it really varies.
Do they count as 3 credits or more?
2 credits, yeah. Most of the internship 1 and 2 are now 2 credits internships, and those are part of that core curriculum.
Are they semester?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So that's a good point. So each internship is always going to be a 15-week program. So for main campus students, that is a full semester. For online students, it's what we call a session.
And that, with that, they also have to keep up with their
Yes. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah, very important. And, our office, often when we meet students, we do recommend, too, that they work with, their academic advisors to make sure that they're creating a plan that not only gets them to graduation in the time that they want with the internships, but that it's also feasible for them to do, and they're not putting too much pressure on themselves. Yes. Yep, yes, sorry.
Do you have programs abroad and do you join other colleges?
I'm going to try to
Study abroad.
Yeah, so the question was around study abroad, and that's not in my world, but I will speak. It's not in any of our worlds, actually, but I'll talk to it briefly. Actually, it is in your world now. Do you want to talk to it?
Go ahead, Curtis.
I'm sorry, we just moved where study abroad houses at that college. We do have short-term, we have semester programs, we have short-term programs, we have faculty-led programs, we have programs with partnerships with other schools, kind of a full range depending on what your student's looking for. We certainly encourage students to seriously consider doing an abroad opportunity, but sometimes, their dream was coming to New York. So do they want to give up a whole semester to go to London? Maybe, maybe not, but maybe they want to go to Florence for 2 weeks with a faculty member and have that kind of academic experience. We are way over time. The amount of questions is fantastic, so I want to say thank you. I do want to answer, there's 2 quick questions in the other room. They're really fast. One is, where do students get the FERPA form? Registrar's office, they email from their LIM College email account. It is not a paper form, it is a online form. And then finally, I'm sorry, I lost it. Oh, the other one was, can students stay in housing over breaks? And that's a yes. And that's unusual. I've worked at 7 schools. Students, they moved in now, they can stay till May. A lot of our students do internships, they have jobs, they want to work part of the winter break. They can go home, of course, but they do not have to. So the student could stay literally now until May if they choose to. They have the flexibility to come and go as they like. I'm going to start, we're going to have a 5-minute break instead of a 10 because we're already quite a bit behind. These folks you're willing to stay for a few minutes. So we'll stay up front. If you have an individual question for us, feel free. I'm going to pop to the other room in case anyone there would like to ask me a question in the other space. Thank you so much. So I'm going to run over there. I'll be right back.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you.
Yes. There's tutoring. I should have mentioned it. Yes. So there's an academic resource center.
Okay.
And they offer tutoring for free in a variety of subjects. So
Okay. And then there's like a learning development.
Hi.
Sure.
It's regarding insurance.
Yes.
My daughter is actually
Yeah,
he is registered with the
Health
office.
insurance.
Yes. So I was wondering about the policy. What's
Okay, so maybe
Health insurance policy.
yes.
So they're going to, when you go to Gallagher Student Health, all of the policies are the policy for, so it's going to be
Definitely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Of course. Yeah. Have a good day.
to go.gallagher.
Oh.
Student.
Hi. Well, I'm glad you got to Nice to meet you.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
So what you'll do is you'll go into that site and then they will.
Absolutely, yeah. It can definitely count. One thing I would, I don't know if she has like companies in mind already. But she does. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know they sometimes do. But I would say again, like if she can schedule an appointment to meet with a career coach, because a lot of these summer programs, some companies, for example, like I think Ross stores,
Policy, so that's going to be a.
they do a more intensive program, and so they actually start recruiting for it almost like 9 months. Yeah. So for summer, it depends. It depends on where they want to interest. But I would always be kind of encourage them to check on that. And we can tell them kind of like which companies do, which companies don't. But again, for example, even like we have the fall career
hospitals.
those companies actually spring and
But as for you getting notifications.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's best if she goes to
I mean, no,
because again, it just kind of depends.
and there.
Great, so she can use that QR code, it will take her directly, she has to log into her LIM, like my LIM, and she uses the same login to get to the student. She can submit a picture of her immunization record over there. A picture is fine, as long as the information is
You know, I will tell you,
an official, like doctor's office, her name and numbers are on it, she can submit it there, and if anything is missing, just again, remind her to check her email. Our office
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you know, some people do because some people do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So there's more students, but it's a great decision. Yeah.
Springs House.
It's right.
Most of them you have to do these are like to apply.
Is it through? Oh, yeah, but it doesn't transfer over.
Yes.
Oh, so you may want to talk to Gallery and waive that if possible.
No, it's incredibly I'm gonna stand. I'm with. So there's something called NACE, which is the National Association and Employers, and they basically put together what they found, and it's based on what employers say they're looking for in students. So they want to, they're looking at, like I mentioned, things like collaboration, they're technology skills. So when they're in an course, they're actually getting an evaluation. So their supervisor is literally rating them on all. And it happens at the mid-semester. Because a lot of times when we encourage them, you know, they should be having conversations with the supervisor, but if we don't have something in place, we don't
And she should check if she made other arrangements.
on the island, so she's like, what do I what do I excel at? What do I need to work on?
Yeah, they're still.
So in engineering 1 and 2, they have that.
Or to Josh. Probably see, I know these names don't mean anything to you, but yeah, you could still go.
They're getting real feedback about what we know employers are actually. And like I said, our students, they actually have been averaging higher than the national average. And we know that that is how well they're going to do.
But I will check.
Yeah, it's really, I think
I know, we've been touching. I'm a real person. Good to see you. Okay, take care. Bye.
We actually have them. I always tell students
if you take a winter session, if you take a winter session,
he will get all the information he needs over time.
If you have a winter session,
sorry to hear it.
And so you're not, sometimes you're not able to take 6 or more. And some of those winter sessions.
I'm glad he's here, even if he's not here at the moment.
So, you know, I just phrase it that way, but they yeah. I mean,
that's not going to be coming.
I make sure that what you want is also aligning with college's actions.
Hi.
So,
how are you?
I have some water. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. You have money? Yes, you give it to me.
I know, me too.
Love that.
But I like that.
I've seen her through the process.
Yeah, so Paris and London and a bunch of other countries have
I will tell you.
So we have to, she has to waive the she has to go into
like credits and all that to stick with one of our programs.
You're gonna have to go to that, those Gallagher student
take a semester off
So
with
in
us
the
and go
bottom
do
of your
some
state, so what
there.
I'll send
Not have a change
you,
with, 'cause they
put your
really
email
care.
address. Do you have a pen? I don't have a pen. I
She
am
would work with us
out of
before she
sorts. I will send you a billing statement and then highlight if you have a pen.
You know?
So that's great. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, of course.
I'll send you the waiver process. Okay. Yeah. Just put your email address.
So cool.
Print nicely so I can read it because.
I say to the kids all the time.
Yeah.
I say that to the little
Yes.
ones. Listen all, okay?
Yeah. You should take them.
She has already sent it.
And I'll probably see it in the system.
She is a first year student, like a freshman.
Is that
Your handshake. Your deceased spoke about handshake.
And everything was already happening.
So
That's campus jobs?
campus jobs are there as well.
Yeah, so in Handshake that I was talking about earlier, so they can look not just for internships and jobs, but they offices
To take developmental
No, it's not too late.
opportunities.
Still got time to do it.
Yeah, they can also, I mean, if they want to.
No, stop saying
Classes
no.
and not.
Yeah, but yeah, you can still do
They have multiple ways.
The students will stay this afternoon.
Hi.
The students will stay this afternoon. Just not, yes, but not the parents. We wrap a little afternoon at this point. They actually have like a working lunch, so they'll be ushered by student leaders to lunch and continue in the afternoon. They wrap about 4:30, and then
Oh gosh, you're not gonna be able to do it on your phone. You're not gonna be able to do it on your phone. You're gonna have to do it on a laptop. But you'll go to Go Gallagher Student Health, and you can do it there. But not on your phone. All right.
And
Hi.
I am placement test study guides on there. Does them at home.
Yes, they will.
About an hour each.
The one piece I didn't get to talk about was scholarships. Scholarships, they will.
Yeah, it might even be today. If I remember correctly, I think it might even be today. She should definitely do it.
Of all of the scholarships, the institutions have. So there's a difference. There's those scholarships that you get as a freshman.
Yeah, of course.
Those are basic. And then if a student, all students are 3.2 GPA, that's the standard requirement.
Really?
They will get
Every time
but they can also go online and they can see the scholarships on the portal, but they will get it in a list of names. But for the fall, make sure. Make sure. Okay. Yep. Hi, how are you?
My name is Rachel.
Rachel,
I have
how
a
are
daughter
you?
here.
Good.
Yeah, I'm
Welcome,
good.
welcome.
Great presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I need to ask you a question about financial.
Okay.
I have 2 kids in college. I'm paying cash for them.
Right.
Training. So the question is, do you have any additional resources like to scholarships?
So there will be, like I stated, there will be, so schools should get in October, November, a listing of the scholarships, their institutional scholarships. That's really a big
Like
opportunity.
fashion related?
For any student that's going to LIM, they must
It's always one or the other, apparently.
GPA from the fall semester. So for the fall semester, it's going to be critical because that's a GPA that we will be looking at. So she will get an email from our office telling them about their institution.
There's been a highlight on you. Visual studies.
Looking at
She also studies visual. You do? Oh my God.
I'm a second year, so I'm really starting to get into it.
That will help reduce your cost because those scholarships have the opportunity of getting about $12,000.
She's not offered.
You see the outfit.
So, but 3.2 GPA, and then pay attention to her LIM email because the information on the scholarships will go out again. About usually it's November, right before December. They have to be able to
Like one and it covers
covers all of them, and then you have to reapply
I know,
every
I did retail too. I did retail, but then I tell everybody actually.
Yeah, I think though it is helpful.
How are you? Good to see you. How are you? you?
I am Ramsey.
I see you back up in here. I was so happy. How is it now? Give me
It's been great. My
Honestly, I made the right decision, but I was like, yeah, I do believe everybody should do it. Or at least work in retail.
before,
I know it's bad, but I feel like you so much
you
more
learn a lot.
respect. It's important. It's so important. I could not do it. I learned that I didn't like being okay.
So
I visited our store and I was just like, and seeing them
we're
like
just
turn it
gonna
on.
go
I was
pray on
like,
that.
I could not.
It's gonna be it.
Speak it into existence.
You have to understand the ground floor.
Yeah.
You have to
Yes.
understand operations.
Oh,
Yes.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what we look at. Yes.
But they're designing things for
That's what we
so they might not even think about like the practicality.
You know, tacky-ish, getting all this stuff.
That's okay. That's okay.
I know the alumni. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you all.
No, I'm not Cody. I'm friends, but you need Cody.
Is it okay if we hang out in this corner?
Whenever everybody starts to start.
He is a suit
That
and a
was
tie.
around
White guy, suit tie. That's all you got to remember. Yeah, that's going to be helpful to you today. That's not going to be too helpful.
Don't worry. No worries. It's a busy day. That's okay. I'm gonna steal a quick sip of water and then I'm gonna get it.
Awesome.
Okay, we have to talk about how you're doing sexual damage well, and there's so many things that you should have a quick alumni meal.
I'm gonna call him on the mic for a second.
Hello, parents and families. If you're still getting water or bathroom breaks, sorry, we gave you a lot longer than 5 minutes. Please make your way back into your rooms and to your seats so we can start our alumni panel. Thank you.
I think here is a little bit better than there.
Yeah, no, this is
It's a quicker trip. Quicker trip, yes. Are we on camera now? I never thought about that. So you'll call us up? Yes, okay, yes. I'm gonna wait a question there, then I can just look down and prepare. I can. I totally can. I'm gonna forget it in like the 5 seconds. What did you ask me? I think what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna do the same thing. Like
I wish someone, I saw students taking photos, but I wish someone had a photo of us up there.
I know, right?
As a student, I saw taking photos.
You know what? Sometimes the Instagram, LIM Instagram, sometimes they capture it. So if you look online today, you might see ourselves. Maybe someone like took a picture. I remember I did that sometimes. I'm really. Can I get tapped? I'm really curious to see how the boat goes. I remember.
Are you good?
It's free. Hey, your friends with birds. I was, we had a graduation one last.
You were there.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I didn't get a graduation one. To be fair, it was COVID years are like, the COVID years are, those are the hard years. Yeah, did you have, your graduation was virtual? Yeah. I at least had mine in person. But mine was at Central Park, but it was the day after, it was like, the day before, it was like 100 degrees. I know, right? No, it was so cute. My family and friends and like you. It was really okay. That's really good. Yeah, they like decorated the house. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was lucky. I got to walk across stage, but because there was like no orders. I mean, at Central Park. Yeah, there was an order-ish. Like the master's students went first, but then they switched to bachelor. Like they had it in the order of like bachelor scholars and like Delta Mu Delta, Alpha Beta Kappa, right? And then degrees. But the thing is, and then they did it like by degree, but they didn't announce when it was a different degree. And they also didn't announce, like, it wasn't announced medical order or anything. So I told my family, I'm like, I'm going up to, and they had like my nice camera, and they missed like the first 5 seconds because they had no idea that it was happening. And then, yeah, it was a little bit. Mine was at Central Park. Central Park. Last semester? Yeah, last at Lincoln Center. Oh, last May was Lincoln Center. Yes. And then that's like the OG, like graduation.
I was really excited.
I remember knowing you. My parents were so like
impressed.
I was so excited to be there. And then I was like, oh, Carnegie Hall, and then, I mean, Central Park was, it was very pretty, and we got like nice pictures.
It was a nice day. It was hot.
Yeah, it was nice. But I was so excited for oh god. Granted, I will say that I did get one, so.
It seems like I usually what I'm going to do is there are some good questions, and I was checking through and we're over, so I don't know what I'm going to discuss some of the questions. Like last time I had to scan everyone that last question was but let's go to each person and choose you so
Instead of like 40 years.
yeah. So I think like, if I say this is the question, maybe two would stand up at the same time. One at each other. We're close enough. I think we'll pop up.
Yeah.
Oh.
I remember the first time I completely forgot to say what year I graduated. Was I supposed to say like extracurriculars that I did? Because I also forgot.
Oh, that's a fact. I haven't seen that questions here.
Yeah, I saw it in like the input and then you sent it, but I was really gonna look it up.
Oh yeah.
And since
Definitely ask me.
some of them I was a bit more.
Hometown reminds me of.
Oh my god. I'm trying. My mom never watches The Bachelor any of those shows, but I'm just like, we have to watch The Bachelor.
I just started, and I'm like, oh man.
I'm excited to see the drama. I'm terrible with the hometown culture. Definition of hometown, and it did not help me whatsoever. Because hometown, according to dictionary, it's either the place you currently reside, where you grew up, like your formative years, or where you were born. And I'm like, that did not help me whatsoever because I have a different place for each of those.
Choose wherever your heart is telling you.
I changed it up.
I know it's what they can't start with, like, I don't know how old this is yet.
It's starting to get also late. My brother's just like, it's fine. Because I'm working. This is me on the phone. He's getting whatever delivered to his neighbors.
Today's my studio. I'm literally leaving here. Getting back to it.
Hope today gives you some creative juices.
Yeah. It was inspiring. High school.
Do something that you might
I think mine was at like downtown. Yeah.
Okay, let's just okay.
It's still morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Brianna Haid. I'm the Assistant Director of Alumni Affairs here at LIM College. I'm also a first-year experienced instructor, so I'm hoping to have some of your students in my class this fall. I'm a double alum, so I completed my undergraduate and graduate degrees here at LIM College, and I have the pleasure of moderating this amazing alumni panel today, where you'll hear firsthand from some incredible alumni and hear their personal stories when they were students here, which was not so long ago for some. So I'll start with some introductions. If our alum can come up, let us know your name, hometown, when did you graduate from LIM, and what did you major in? Let's start with Healy.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. My name is Haley Lumpy. I grew up out on Long Island in Lake Grove. I did just graduate a few years ago in 2021 with a marketing major.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Grace Nimmo. I graduated in 2022 with a major in international business and a double minor in marketing and English, and I'm from Irvington, New York.
Hi, everyone. My name is Friday Linton. I am a 2013 graduate. I studied fashion merchandising with a minor in event production. I'm also back at the college now, studying marketing, getting my master's degree, and I'm also an adjunct professor for the undergrad students.
Hi, I'm Bianca Bartolo. I am from Queens, New York, and I graduated in 2014. And I studied visual merchandising.
Amazing. Can we give it up for our alumni panelists today? Thank you all. So experiential education is the foundation of the LIM curriculum. Can you tell us about your internship experiences? I want to hear from Anna Grace and Friday. Let's start with Anna Grace.
So one of the reasons why I chose LIM was because of the experiential part, and my mom really liked that. And I ended up doing 6 internships, although I think the required is only 3. And probably the most influential experience was my last internship for my senior co-op. I was the finance intern for Christian Louboutin, where I currently work. And through my internship is how I got my job, through networking. And so our internship program is really great. And I got that job actually through Career Internship Services. So it's all full circle moment.
Well, my internship experience was pretty cool, being during the LIM College 4-year time. I believe I didn't do 6, but I believe, yeah, right. I may have done about 4, so almost that. And I think the most important part about the experiential education is encouraging your students to try new things, right? Because a lot of them are going to come to you and say, I don't want to do this internship, or I don't want to do PR, but you should make sure you're encouraging them to at least expand their minds and expand their perspectives. And that's the only way they're going to actually know what they want to do, is by trying a few things and then not being afraid to not like something, but then also being brave enough to know that they may actually find the thing that they want to do. So, yeah.
Thank you all so much. And as Anna Grace did mention, there are 3 required internships for your undergraduate students, but most students at LIM average about 5 internships, along with part-time jobs and volunteer. So LIM students are very busy. My next question is, how well do you feel that LIM prepared you both professionally and personally for your current positions now? And I want to hear from Haley and Bianca.
So like Anna Grace said, the internship program is really why I chose LIM as opposed to some other schools. They do a ton of networking events, which have been great. A lot of my professors too are always very, very open to prepping me for interviews. So I think that's a huge asset here. We also have a lot of working industry professionals here. So I think, the connections you make with other alumni and professors and different internships are really, really great. And I will say our career and internship services are super, super helpful in preparing you for interviews and helping you kind of navigate what you want to do, what you want to try, what you didn't like. So yeah, I will say we have a great program here and everyone is super, super helpful and wants to see everyone succeed, I think is the biggest thing.
So I felt really prepared. Right after college, I started at Calvin Klein. I'm still there. But I mean, between the internships and then the classes that I took, I just felt like I was very ready for the corporate world. So your last internship, at least when I did it, was a co-op, similar? Okay. It was a long time ago. But your last internship really is like in a corporate experience. You're working like 4 days a week, full time. And the transition from college to my actual job kind of felt pretty seamless. I was already in that mindset of like going to work 9 to 5, like knowing how to act professionally in a corporate environment, all of that stuff. But then also the classes that I took, and I always tell this story because I think it's important of what you learn at LIM is that, there are some classes that are not as like exciting, let's say, like Excel, right? But you've got to learn that because I use it every day at my job. And so when I went to Calvin, I kind of knew that already. But I always tell the story of there was one class that I took because I was visual. It was a 3D rendering program. And when I got to Calvin, you know, they wanted us to render something and they were using a different program and it was kind of like a little archaic. And I just turned around and I was like, I learned this other program in school. I'm going to download it and I'm going to do it. And that's what my team uses now. So it's just a good example of like what you learn in the classroom can be easily applied at your job and how you can make such a difference. So I feel very prepared.
Amazing. So I think you all kind of touched on this in your responses already, but networking is a huge part of this industry. I want to hear from Anna Grace and Haley. Can you talk about what opportunities you had networking here on campus?
So we do put on a lot of events. I will say for my graduation year was a bit different. So I graduated during COVID, but I will say we had a lot of virtual networking events. So again, the team was great. I had 1 or 2 days. You would sign up with different companies, major companies in the industry, and have one-on-one about 15 to 20 minutes to talk to different recruiters. So I will say making sure you connect with everyone on LinkedIn and really just taking every opportunity you can to meet and talk to other people. And I think the career and internship services, I'm sure, still have these things. But yeah, I would say take every opportunity and really make sure to go to all of these events.
So for me, in terms of networking, almost all of my internships I either got through networking or after the internship, I was able to use the people that I met there for future internships. So I think one of probably the best examples is New York Fashion Week is coming up. And back before I started LIM, like the summer before fall 2018, I had signed up to do Men's Fashion Week. And from there, I met some people that worked at Atelier Creative Services, which was the people putting it on. And then that following spring, that's where I interned. So because I kept that connection going through networking, and I still, even though some of the people I worked with are no longer there, still keep in touch with them on LinkedIn. So you never know where you're going to meet people. And even we're mentioning for the students, even the people that you're sitting next to, they might know someone that's at a place that you want to intern and you're like, oh, maybe you can put in a good word for me. So networking is super important. And I feel like we really talk about that in our career classes.
Thank you both so much. And Haley was mentioning our career fair. We have a virtual career fair happening this fall, October 24th. So definitely take a note and encourage your students to attend that career fair. It is virtual and you'll have the opportunity, your students will have the opportunity to meet one-on-one with employers who are looking to hire them now. In addition, there are a lot of New York Fashion Week opportunities that are live right now. If your students check their inboxes, they could sign up for those and start volunteering right now in September. So October 24th, encourage them and also just sign up for New York Fashion Week. My next question is going to be for Bianca and Friday. Since graduating, how have you both given back to LIM College? Let's start with Friday.
Okay, hello again. So since graduating 2013, there's been so many things that I've done with the school. I returned post-graduation to be the advisor of one of the amazing clubs on campus called Bragg. I was doing that for about 2 years and left, took some time to, live, experience, search some job opportunities, and then ended up coming back to be an adjunct professor. I'm currently in the care department, so I teach internship prep, designing your career. And it's more than likely the first internship class that a lot of your students are going to take. And it's important because they're learning about professionalism. They're learning how to shake a hand and how to write a resume and how to present themselves confidently in spaces with employers and all of the core things that we need to be able to move throughout this industry in a professional manner. Also, just being here, being on campus, being able to mentor and teach is something that I love. And I feel like it's just my duty to take everything that I've learned at LIM and throughout my years post LIM and bring it back to the students because, the guidance means everything and the representation means everything to me as well, too. So yeah, happy to be here and happy to contribute.
So I get super duper excited whenever Brianna or just anybody asks me to come back and speak at LIM. I mean, I've done Accepted Students Day, New Student Orientation. I'm really close with one of my visual professors, and I've went to his classroom a bunch of times, and we'll just chat with the students, give career advice. How can you transition? I just get very passionate and excited that this college has done so much for me in my career and shaped me as who I am as a person. And I literally just want to give it back to the students. I mean, I'm always open book, connect with me on LinkedIn, email me, ask me a question. I don't care. You can ask me anything. I'm just super excited for these students to get on their way, get on the career, give any advice. And I just think it's full circle. You give back. Because I remember when I was a student and, people would take their time and come and talk to us. It was just exciting and exhilarating. And it's oh my God, this person is in the industry and they have this job. That's so cool. I hope that I can kind of do that for some students. But that's just a testament that alumni keep coming back and want to talk and get passionate and excited to speak to students because it was a really good experience.
And we love having you back. Okay, so my next question is going to be for Anna, Grace, and Haley. Of course, there are going to be challenging times throughout your students' career here at LIM, but can you talk to us about how you overcame some of the challenges you had as an undergrad student? Let's start with Anna Grace.
So definitely one challenge. There was this small thing that happened called the COVID-19 pandemic. Not sure if you guys knew about that. But obviously that was a huge hurdle. But more specifically for myself, because I could definitely talk about pandemic for a while, is because we're so busy and I feel like there's definitely this kind of hustle mentality and making sure that you're doing all your classes, your homework, making sure you're going to events like Fashion Week and everything, but making sure to take time for yourself was something that I had a lot of difficulty doing and I still do to an extent. So definitely my challenge was trying to find balance in doing everything that I want to do and putting myself out there and doing the networking and all that, but also making sure I'm taking care of myself and taking care of the schoolwork. So I pretty much just make sure to carve out some time, whether it's just for me to hang out, get some bubble tea, pet my dog. So definitely that was definitely the biggest challenge.
So obviously the pandemic changed a lot of things and you really had to readjust. And going into my senior year of college, being completely remote, you really had to find a new way to connect with people. So I will say really putting yourself out there, it can be scary, but it really pays off in the long run. For example, my job now, I'm the associate buyer at Coach. I got this through just emailing people and messaging people on LinkedIn. And that's how I initially got an interview with HR there. So I will say just kind of being creative and not being scared and breaking down the boundaries of really reaching out to people and talking to them, because at the end of the day, the worst thing that could happen is they don't answer. So I will say just be confident in yourself and always put yourself out there.
I have another question for Friday and Bianca. So as someone who may hire LIM students, what do you look for?
Okay, yeah, so I've definitely brought on some LIM students as interns throughout the years for my first business and for the second one as well too. And things that I look for is the students have to be eager to learn. They have to be open-minded and curious, because those were the things that I were, when I was an undergrad. Piggybacking off of what I mentioned earlier about having an open mind and just being open to trying new things, it's important. it's important for them to understand professionalism. It's important for them to understand how to conduct themselves in a meeting. And sometimes, as a student, you may not have all of those traits down packed yet or feel as confident in those things yet. But I'm someone who is a mentor by life, by trade. So I'm going to teach them and show them as they're learning. So curiosity, open mind, professionalism, and just understanding that none of us know everything. I've been running my business for about 12 years and I'm still learning things about my business that I may not have known, in the past. So showing them that and showing them that you're never too accomplished, you're never too old, you're never too skilled to just learn something new. So just having an open mind in that sense. But yeah.
So as a hiring manager at this point in my career, the number one thing that I look for is passion. I can teach you how to use Photoshop. I could teach you how to use an Excel sheet. I could teach you whatever needs to be taught for the job. I cannot teach you how to be passionate about what you do. That is something that the students need to bring to the table. So that's kind of the number one thing I look for. I also just look for someone who is a hard worker and is dedicated, and who's not afraid to kind of get their hands dirty. I'm a believer in, just because something is not in your job description doesn't mean that you turn it away. I kind of am more of a yes person, and I kind of see how that has gotten me in my career, and I just encourage that. So that's really kind of the number one thing, is like being passionate, being professional. And again, like when you're new out of college, that can be taught as well. We don't know everything. And just kind of like a willingness to learn. I think, if someone comes to the table and has this attitude that like they kind of know how to do everything, or they're above something, or, that's not, that's not in my pay grade, I'm not doing that, then like that's a no for me. I just want somebody who is humble and, is more of a team player and like, let's work together, like let's get it done. And then may I also say something though about the industry hiring LIM students? Thank you. So on the flip side, though, I just wanted to say that like LIM students have a really good rep in the industry, because when I was interviewing with my manager at the time at Calvin, and going back also to networking, is that he used to work at Tommy Hilfiger, and a lot of LIM students intern at Tommy Hilfiger. And right away, I Googled his name in LinkedIn or searched it or whatever, and I saw that I knew a couple of friends that were connected to him. So first thing I do, reach out to these friends, and I noticed that they worked together. And when I went to the interview, right away he saw LIM on my resume, which was like a nice green flag. And, and then I kind of brought up, this person interned for you, and this person. And if I just may say, because I know your children are going to start, is that we've got a really good rep out there, and that the hiring managers know who they're getting when an LIM student comes into the job or the role. They know that they're getting somebody who's professional. They know that they're getting somebody who is prepared. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that tidbit because it kind of makes me feel better and maybe everybody else. But thank you.
I appreciate you adding that in, Bianca. I have one last question I'll give this to all my panelists. Is there any advice that you would give the parents and the supporters of the students that they can help? How can they help support their students during this transition, whether they're transferring in or from high school to college? Let's start with Haley.
So touching on transfer students, I actually was a transfer student, so I completed my last 2 years at LIM. So that was a great change for me. I will say it can be a little scary and stressful, especially coming in as a junior in college, but I will say just continue to believe in yourself, and it can be a lot knowing you have to do 3 internships in a short amount of time, but I will say you learn so much from them. And while it may be tough and there might be long days, I will say just like take every opportunity and experience and really embrace it, because you're never going to have this much access to people as you will at LIM. So definitely just take advantage of it.
I guess my advice, well, I mentioned earlier that one of the main reasons why I chose LIM and the reason why my mom loved LIM so much was because of the internships. So just like make sure like when they're in the internship, like maybe ask them about it. My mom does not understand anything about my job or really about the fashion industry in general, but her engaging and asking really like engages my passion, and I feel really happy explaining it, even though she does not understand what I do on Excel on a daily basis. But just making sure that you are there for them, and because it is going to go by very fast and they're going to be really busy, but they're still going to want to lean on their family for support.
Like that. Okay, I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that. So advice for parents as you are guiding your students throughout these 4+ years. Ask questions and show interest. I remember throughout my time, my parents were always very supportive of all of my creative endeavors. When I was a kid, if I wanted to play piano, they're like, all right, where's the piano lessons? You know, if I wanted to play the flute, like they were always behind me in that type of support. So I know that that helped me and that made me feel a lot more free as I explored this new career. So yes, ask them questions about their days, about their classes, about their internships, and actually listen, and listen as a friend, not as a parent. The second thing is don't allow them to give up on things, and help them shift their mindset from, I can't do this, this is hard, I want to give up. Help them to pivot, you know, instead of giving up. So shifting their mindset from, I don't want to be here to, I have to be here, but how can I make this work for me? And then I think the last one essentially would be encourage them if they do have entrepreneurial endeavors, because this industry is amazing, but just know that the only path is not them graduating and getting a job with a company. You know, maybe they may want to start their own company. We asked that in the last room, you know, show of hands for all of the entrepreneurs in the room, and there were a good amount. So find out from your students, you know, do you want to run a business? Do you want to own your own thing? Well, what does that look like as you are navigating this industry? And yeah, show them that encouragement as well too. And even if you don't understand all of the things that they're telling you, Google is right here on the phone. You know, just Google that thing and you'll be able to speak their language a lot more. And I assure you that by graduation, they'll appreciate the relationship that you have with them because you would have encouraged them in a very different way. So that's my advice.
That was very hard to follow. Thank you. You all, I agree with everything. Honestly, I'm just thinking back to my parents, and I think the thing that the word that keeps coming up for me is encouragement. You know, between classes and then an internship, and I worked in retail, and, you know, if something popped up last minute, there was an opportunity in visual, you know, could you come and help set this up? My parents were kind of the first people to be like, go, like, get on the subway right now, like, go, set up, like, do that thing, go network, like, don't be afraid, like, just go. And I think that's kind of the thing that sticks out for me is like, gentle pushing, you know, gentle pushing in the sense of like, yes, there is a lot, you know, sometimes it's hard to juggle classes and internship, maybe they're working as well. But then if something really like amazing pops up, like go, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like I always remember I was literally at home in Queens, hour away from the city, subway ride. And my professor called and was like, hey, we're in, I don't know, somewhere setting up for like a houseware awards show. Like, could you come here? And my parents were making dinner and I got off the phone and my dad was like, what are you doing? Like, get on the train. So and you know, those opportunities led to other opportunities. So I think encouragement, gentle pushing, and also I encourage them to get a retail job. I know everybody is gonna like hate me for this. Go encourage them to work in retail. I don't care where it is. I worked at the Gap all throughout college, and I think that because you're going to go into this industry, the students, that it's so important to learn from the ground, the retail space, and they will learn so much about themselves, what they like, what they don't like. I know I did. I know I don't like working in a store. There are some people who thrive in the store, though. So I very much encourage you to encourage them to go work in retail for a little bit. But that is my advice.
Thank you all for the advice. This question is off script, but Friday, if you would be so kind to show us your beautiful creation. I know that you brought it here, so if you would take 1 second to just share that.
Put me on the spot.
I am.
What would you like to know? All right, so I'm a metal artisan. I started doing this when I was a sophomore at LIM. It was my first business, and I feel like it's QVC. I'm holding a metal sculpture. It's the first iteration of my metal floral or metal botanical, if you rather, and I'm working on a large metal vine sculpture for a company that's in New York City. It's going to be taking over the inside of a building. But yeah, I guess this is a way to show that, doesn't always have to be about fashion. It can be anything creative. I've pivoted a few times, and I'm a metal artisan at heart, no matter how much of a business person I am. So yeah, make sure that they find their creative passions as well too, along with the business.
Friday is being very humble. You can also look her up in the New York Times because she was just featured. Okay, well, I want to thank our panelists and thank you all for being here today. I know you had a lot of information. A question? Yes.
Yes. Can they do internship elsewhere, or it all has to be here in New York?
Oh, they can do internships in other places too, across the country. We've had students do internships abroad. So yeah, abroad as well.
Abroad.
Amazing. Where'd you intern abroad?
Italy.
In Italy. Look at that. So yes, absolutely. Yes.
Do the internships pay?
They do. There are not paid internships and paid internships, but I will definitely say, and maybe some of the other alum can speak to this, there are definitely more paid internships now than when we were probably students. Handshake is the career management platform that your students are going to use, and majority of those internships posted there are paid.
Don't let that discourage you, though. I mean, it was a long time ago, so a lot of internships are paid now, and I'm a little jealous. But don't let it discourage your students.
The experience is the currency.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Experience
Thank you. No, I just feel like sometimes students get wrapped up in I gotta get a paid internship, and sometimes you do. But if you're in a spot where maybe you're fortunate where you can have an unpaid internship,
yes.
Don't let it discourage you.
Yes, and I'll repeat it here for our parents and families in the next room. For your students not to be discouraged if they do find an unpaid internship that is really that experience that would really help them get to their next position. I know I took an unpaid internship, and the nice thing too, you can maybe negotiate not working many hours at an unpaid internship, 5 hours a week, and still have a part-time job. That's what I did, so I can gain that experience, but still have my part-time work. Yes.
I just have a quick question. I want to say thank you to the panelists in the school for having us. My question goes to the panelists, and from hearing your experiences and the totality of the PowerPoint presentation, and this is what we've experienced. My question is, would you say that LIM kind of encouraged you to become like a change agent in fashion? That's what I'm hearing, that they're preparing you for that, but I don't want to speak for you. I just want to know, just by acknowledgement, do you think that it kind of prepares you to go out there? And from my experience growing up, I know the fashion industry could be volatile. I know there's been a lot of things that people have taken advantage of before, but it seems like this is a place where you kind of teach them the practicality and you help them change things where they can sustain themselves. That's something more than you could share.
I would say so.
You want to take that one?
I would say, yeah, absolutely. We spoke about this with the students in the larger room, but LIM prepares you because it gives you that confidence that you need to move in those spaces and in those rooms, right? That it starts there. And the piece of advice that I remember leaving for the students was know who you are to your core at first before you try to figure out who you are in this industry, because at least, you'll have a good handle on what you like, your boundaries, what you don't like, what you're willing to take, what you're not willing to take. Because the industry will try to bend you and try to get you to, conform in certain ways. But I believe the education here and just a support system here and like watching all the professors and your peers, that you're a part of something larger than yourself. And I feel like LIM students, we move through the industry with armor, and the armor is the education that we've learned and the experiences that we've learned here. So, yeah.
I think also, sorry, this is that I'm loving it today. Is that LIM helps you become a leader in the sense. So like when even at Calvin, like I just feel like I'm able to go, as I've gotten more senior, but you're able to get into a room and you're able to be a leader and you're able to kind of navigate change and show others, how to navigate through it because it's hard. You just walk away with a lot of different qualities and confidence, like Friday said, is probably number one.
Okay, well, thank you for those questions. I'm going to pass it back over to Curtis Hoover. Thank you all so much for having us today.
Good luck.
So thank you so much again, Bianca, Lindsay, Anna Grace, Friday, and Haley for all your time today and for your great wisdom you got to share with the parents and families. Thank you so much. Oh, no, go for it.
Apologies. This was fine. Thank you.
Okay, and I apologize. We are way off schedule. You guys ask a lot of great, fantastic questions, and so we will factor that in for next year and allow more time for questions. I do have a student panel, and I will try to abbreviate it a bit, but I do want you to hear from current students because they do some really great things. They're in the back of the room. They're all orientation leaders. You all want to come up here now to these 4 seats? So I'm welcoming up Cian Jackson, who is graduating in May 24. Danny Lucas, who's a transfer student, started last year, graduating in May 25. Palak, who is actually a grad student, but she transferred here as an undergrad, did her LIM bachelor's degree, and now she came back to do her master's degree, and she's graduating in December. And then I have Melody as well, who is graduating in May of 2025. So I have a couple questions that I'm going to have them introduce themselves. So the other room can see you, though. You have to come up to the podium or by the podium so you can speak into the speaker because you're being captured on the other room. So if you each want to come up and just for a moment share who you are, maybe why LIM, and what your major is and so forth. So let's start with Danny.
Here's good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Hello, my name is Danny Lucas, fashion merchandising major. I do a lot of things here at the school. Do student life, do student affairs. I run the photography club. I chose LIM College because since it's a small school, I feel like I could have a bigger impact on those, like my peers, and I feel like I can do more when put in a more controlled environment. Bigger colleges tend to have a lot more moving parts, and it's a lot less easy to maintain and sustain like social life when there's so many people, so many different things going on. At this school, everyone knows and everyone is together because it's obviously a smaller school. So together we're stronger, yeah?
Thanks, Danny. Let's do CN next.
Hi guys, so I'm Cian Jackson. I'm a senior at LIM. My major is fashion merchandising and I minor in fashion styling. I'm going to graduate in the spring, so woo. I've done a lot of things at this school for the past 3.5 years, and we'll get into that later, but the main reason why I chose LIM was for the career and community experience. I feel like since we're such a small school that we definitely build each other up in comparison to other fashion schools, if you know what I'm talking about. But, and the career experience, the past 3 years, I've done so many internships, and I feel like I'm way beyond experienced and prepared to go into the industry and be a leader. So.
Next up, Palak.
Hi everyone, I'm Palak. As Curtis already mentioned, I'm already an alumni. I did my major in fashion merchandising. I graduated back in spring 21, and I waited around like 2 years to come back and get my master's in the consumer analytics. So it's like a brand new program that we just launched in fall. So it's been very exciting to be a part of it. And coming to why I chose LIM was, as everybody already mentioned, it's a small school. And I like, when it's a small class, it's easier for you to navigate through your classmates, through classwork. And it's also, you get more attention from your classmates and as well as your professors when you need help. And obviously all the professors have been very helpful. So obviously before I started my journey, I did the research, and I was also a transfer student. So I wanted to make sure I don't make the wrong choice again. So that's why I chose LIM, was like just because of connection, and the classroom sizes are very small, and obviously the big connections they have. And also we are like the only business centric school when it comes to fashion. So that was also another like major point for me. And I think, yeah, that's it.
And Melody. And whatever's best, if we want to.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melody Osorte Reyes. I'm a marketing major with a beauty minor, and I had chose LIM for mostly the career experience that we're required to have by the time we have to graduate. Having to take 3 internship classes, I feel like will really prepare a student to go out into the professional world. So, yeah, that's all.
Awesome, thanks. I just wanted to quickly share. I mean, one thing I love about LIM, I've been here for 2 years. I like a small school. Like, I know all of these students. I met Danny last year at orientation. I knew him in the fall because he wanted to start a club. Like, I've had interactions with all of them in different ways. It's really great. I was at Penn State before this. So a big difference. Penn State, LIM. I mean, the amount of students I could get to know at Penn State was very small. But I think, again, it goes back to that caring community. Like, we get to know the students. We know when something's going on. So I think it's a really nice plus about being here. So my next question will be, I heard a lot of questions about internships from the room and from the other room. So could you tell us about your best internship experience at LIM? Whoever wants to go.
Okay, so my best internship was probably last spring. Honestly, it was this past summer too. Okay, I'm gonna talk about both. So last spring, I was a part of a fashion PR agency called the Hinton Group, and they really did a lot of work in helping me even like just talk to celebrity stylists, talk to their clients. I got to help do a fitting for a celebrity's daughter. It was like the absolute best experience ever. And then we also did, because they do fashion brands, of course, you're good. They also did New York Fashion Week, like 3 shows in a row. And because of the relationships that I built there, the following Fashion Week in the fall, I also was like able to help them volunteer and even get backstage as well. So definitely one of the better experiences. And then my one this past summer, I was a production photo shoot intern at Saks, which was like amazing. We did, again, a lot of photo shoots, a lot of communication with stylists, photographers, models, booking them, doing the finance behind it. Literally every skill that we learned here was applied to that internship. So definitely was an amazing time of my life. And I just want to do way more experiences and paid internships. There you go.
Everyone likes the paid internships, of course. Would anyone else like to answer that question? If not, I can go to another question. Okay, next question. I know some of you are very involved on campus. Share some of your student involvement and leadership experiences.
So as I said, I'm a returning student from my master's. So when I was in my undergrad, I remember we had this global student club where everyone like from all community, because of LIM has a good diversity when it comes to like communities, and everyone is eager to learn about their own cultures, like learn different cultures, especially when you're in New York. So we had this global club, and we had like this really fun activities, like events we used to do. But then when I came back, I realized that was not a club, it was like that was not really active. And I saw there was like a lot of South Asian community. Since I am from South Asia, I saw a lot of South Asian community among me. So I thought it would be a good for us to like start a new club. So I started a new club, which was very much focused on South Asian community. So everyone, obviously it's not just not just South Asians can join, anyone can join us. We did like few events where we did like a tasting event. So we bought fruit from all over like countries, and like everybody came to taste it, just and they will obviously know like how to eat it, and everything was really fun. It was in Maxwell Hall, so it was in the evening, so while people are heading out, they're here, the people are getting just out of their classes. So that was something we did. We visited MAD, so that was something like we had to do. And LIM obviously prepares you for leadership skills already in my undergrad, so that was something I feel like it was helping me utilize it again, just because I had the position to be the president of the club. And that's how LIM prepares you. Like like anyone can start a new club. They just have to have like a right motivation and right goals why they want to start the club. And at the same time, if you are involved, you can also meet with the other student like leaders in the school. We have so many clubs, so you can always collaborate with them. So it also helps you like build all the other skills as well as when you are building up your leadership skills. And yeah.
I want to harken back to what I said earlier about like what you learn outside of the classroom. Being the president of a club is like, you get some real skills in that. You're managing, sometimes you're managing conflicts, sometimes you're managing event planning, you're managing how to run a meeting, things that you might not have gotten in the class. You're picking it up as being a club leader, a club president. So there's lots of opportunities in the class and outside of the class to gain skills. Would anyone else like to talk about their club experience? Okay.
Hello, my name is Danny, once again, president of the photography club. I've been president, I founded and I am the president. Sorry. Founded the club my first semester when I transferred over. There was no photography club, which was kind of odd to me because it's a fashion school. I feel like fashion and photography are one. And so I was like, okay, let's go, let's do it. I did it, and it's only been up for one semester. So far, so good. We were really focused on getting students who aren't too comfortable with photography to come in, because a lot of people, they're not very comfortable like handling equipment, or how do you do this, how do you do that? And I feel like we all take photos every single day in our lives. So fashion for us is also something that's very innate with our lives. So combining the two is like very good, right? Yeah. We've been doing a lot of outside work because school, I don't want like the club meetings to feel like attending a class. Like, I don't want it to be like, I have to go. Like, they should want to go. So last semester, we went to a couple of different museums. We've done a lot of like outdoor photo shoots. We also did photography for the fashion show that we throw every year. I think that being a president of the club has definitely heightened my social skills. Typically, I'm not the most social person in the world, but I'm struggling here, like talking to you guys. But thank you. Yeah, I think that's it. Very good, awesome.
I do want to add one thing.
I'm sure, go for it.
Since he just brought out fashion show, I do want to say everyone should get involved in fashion show one way or another. It's not just like a typical fashion show where you are planning something, but at the end nothing is happening. We actually had a really amazing fashion show just in the spring. So you can join a production team, you can design, you can do photography, you can do the ramp walk, you can be models. So you can, styling. There's like a lot of things you can do. I remember when I was in undergrad, because it was during COVID, we did a virtual, like a 3D fashion show, and I was in the product. That time I was in now I don't have time to attend the meetings, so I'm not doing it. But when I was an undergrad, I was in the fashion show production, like a production team. So we were doing the 3D like modeling and everything. So obviously nobody knows at that time, pandemic hit, nobody was really know how to do like AI functions and everything. So we all learned how to do it together. So that's also a skill. You will make like connections and learn something that you might have imagined you would never do. So it's always like joining clubs. It's like one of the best way for you to learn, and maybe get yourself a little uncomfortable, get out of your comfort zone, and like meet people who you might not meet in your classrooms. Especially when you're an undergrad, if you're going to classes, you might just see the people from the same major. So it's always good for building up to see people from other majors, what they are doing, because we have so many majors at the school. It's always good to connect with them and learn from them as well. Yeah.
Awesome. So I hinted at the beginning of the program when the clicker didn't work that we're very adaptable and flexible, but we really are. So I think even the way, we all had to change during COVID, right? But the fact that we still ran a fashion show and we did it entirely virtual, that's a pretty cool pivot. I wasn't here then, I take no credit for it. But it was really cool. I got here and I got to see what we had done, and I'm like, that's really innovative. And I think LIM tends to do that. If we're small, we're pretty agile, and we tend to be able to like make quick change when it makes sense for the college and for the students. Anyone else about student leadership? Go for it.
So personally, I'm not a president of any clubs, but I have had the chance to participate in many student leader positions, such as the FYE Student Mentor, which is first year experience mentor, which really just helps show the new students how to, work around New York or like LIM College. And it was just really a fun experience to connect with other students. And also Career Peer, which I work with career and internship services to help students find internships or if they have any questions regarding internships or internship classes. And also Orientation Leader, which is what I am now. And basically, we just help with anything that needs help. But yeah, all of these roles really just help you, like a lot of that they have said, come out of your shell and, really practice being a leader, because that's obviously going to be a very important skill when you go out into the professional world. So, yeah.
So a big part of the orientation leaders and the RCAs actually, and I talk to parents about this in the summers, and so if you heard me say it, I'm going to repeat it again, but the boat cruise tonight is really key. And the reason it's so key is because we have a lot of students who are really struggling after COVID. They're struggling to make connections. Maybe they were already introverted before COVID, and now it's even more of a struggle. If I worked in Boston for a long time, if I rented a ballroom and did a dance tonight, if I got your students there, if they were introverted or shy, that would have been a struggle to begin with. But to keep them there would be harder. If they didn't have an immediate connection, they would slip out the door. I wouldn't even know they were gone. The boat cruise is like such a good opportunity because when we leave, they're with me for 3 hours and like they can't get off the boat. Like, so it's their job, and there's 14 of them, and I have 7 RCAs. It's their job and the faculty and staff like myself that are on the boat tonight. We're going to look for the students who are struggling to make connections, and we're going to help them. We're going to intervene, and we're going to talk to them. We're going to introduce ourselves. And we're going to introduce them to other people. So that's, trust me, it's a commitment to go to the leadership of the college and say, I'd like a lot of money to rent a boat. But I've sold it for this reason, because like we get really good attendance. Like we have like 380 people have signed up to go on the boat tonight, which is most of our incoming class, and most of them will show up because they're excited, and it gives us this chance to intervene with them. So I just want to plug that to you all. If your student's thinking about not coming on the boat, push them on the boat because it's going to be good for them. Okay, sorry for that little plug. So I know we're over time. I'm going to jump to the graduation question. So a few of you, some of you more than others, are approaching graduation. What awaits you in the future? What are your plans after LIM? So let's go with you're first. You're graduating in December.
So I just left my last job as a product development. As after our graduation from my undergrad, I was working in product development since I kind of had to do all my classes on Zoom because of COVID. I really didn't get like that on-hands experience that I always wanted to do and all the internship that I wanted to do. So I decided to go for like a smaller company, for a wholesale company where I could get like a good understanding of the products. And when you work for a small company, even though you are in one department, you have an opportunity to go work in a different department or just know how they are working. And if you're asking 100 questions, they won't mind. So that was what I did. I joined a small company right in New York City. And then I was working in product development because I chose this just so I have a lot of more experience on hands with the products itself. And obviously it helped me learn like everything about the whole product life cycle, like how if something is delayed on my end, it's going to affect the production, how it's going to affect the logistic, how it's going to affect the entire process. So like now I feel like now I came back, did my master's, and I'm almost graduating in December. Obviously, I learned other new things, like consumer analytics was a completely different program out of my comfort zone because I have no technical background in my undergrad or any other education I did. So I decided to do that. And obviously, it kind of, like data and AI is kind of driving the world at this point. So obviously, it's coming to fashion as well. So now I'm starting my new job as a product manager next week. And that's what my goal is as of now, to just work through there. It's a company's good. It's a global company, so it will help me. Maybe I could maybe they have a data analyst group, like a whole department. So maybe right now I can work there, and maybe, after a year or two, once I think I have enough of like all the experience I wanted to like get from my current job, I can move on to and get into data analyst or maybe something else. But yeah, that's just my goal for now. Start the new job and learn more about like how to manage the brand, just what we are learning throughout like the last 2 semesters, like how to manage your brand, how you can promote them, how to manage the finance, how to manage the budgets and everything. So yeah.
So I wanted to reiterate, she already has a job and she hasn't graduated yet. So we do have really good success around our graduates getting jobs, and that's not an uncommon story. Like, I know other people who have already been working for the company they're working for because they met them through networking, through an internship, and they got hired before they even finished. So, I mean, I love that you shared that because it is not uncommon.
I do want to add something. I forgot. So the company that I'm going to start working for was not recommended, was not posted on Handshake, but I worked closely with the career center, and they kind of told me, okay, you can apply here. This is not posted. And that's like, I initially applied for summer internship that I couldn't do because of my classes. So that's like, I still stayed connected with both my career center and the recruiter at the company. And that's how you get you have to stay connected with everyone. Just because you didn't get something for that semester doesn't mean you don't have something for the future. You have to stay connected with them. Just even, just say, hey, I just wanted to say hi to you. Just wanted to make sure, like in August, I know now I'm going to quit my job. I need something else for my fall semester for my internship as well. So I reached out and in August saying, hey, I know we didn't get something in summer, but now I'm ready for the fall. Let me know if you have something open, and something was just posted that day. So that's how you have to make sure you stay connected and you meet your career center people, like your career counselor on regular basis. Even if you don't have anything new to share, you just want to meet them, see what they have to offer, or there's something you want to add to your resume. You just started a new club, you want to add that to your resume. So something like that. You just have to stay connected with both of them.
Sian, do you want to go since you're next to graduate?
My plan for this last year is just to equally finish my credits, build a portfolio. I am doing that currently, but just doing a lot more out of school activities just to give myself more experience than what I have now. And then for my last semester, I definitely plan on looking for my senior co-op, so it can go post-grad job. Definitely need that salary, like you. And then possibly head back to, in that photo, I was in Paris this past spring in my study abroad. So definitely travel back there and look for some opportunities as well. Because I feel like the opportunities they gave me between my school here, LIM, and their school over there in EIDM was like once in a lifetime. And I want to let it last longer. So not too bad. Just looking for a job. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, and either Danny or Melody, would either of you like to share? What's next after graduation? I know you have a little ways off.
I think I need to redeem myself.
Okay.
I have no idea what I'm going to say. Hello. So I have some pretty big goals. You know what I mean? I do think I have a couple positive traits, so I can really do a couple of different things. Like photography, I've been looking into roles for like digital styling on websites. Like whenever you go buy a pair of shoes, it's obviously paired with an outfit. So it's like, who's picking that outfit to sell those pair of shoes? So, photography for like e-commerce websites, that's something I'm looking to do. Buying as well. So like being a buyer, I don't know if you guys know what that means, but whenever you go to a store, all the merchandise that's there, someone has to buy that from manufacturers, or someone has to choose what they're choosing to display to the store, and it varies depending on where you are. So let's say Saks Fifth Avenue, the one in New York isn't going to sell the same product as the one, overseas, because it's a different client base, a different market, a different target demographic. So I feel like that's something I can do, is I do have a buying experience. So I do want to be like a buyer for one of the bigger department stores, whether that be like Saks, Bergdorf. You also have, I think Barney shut down, but you get the gist. I'm working on it. I'm going to do it, Yeah, I have high hopes for myself. I can do it.
Thanks, Danny. Melody, you want to share?
So my plans, I'm not too sure, but I do, just because I do have a beauty minor, anything in the beauty industry, even though this is a fashion school, they also do have a couple, other minors. So beauty is just one of my focuses that I really enjoy. So yeah, anything.
And she still has time to figure it out. She has almost 2 years. She mentioned minors. We have really great minors, and they pair well with almost every major we have. Like the diversity, equity, and inclusion minor, we started that 2 years ago. That could go with anything we do. And it just like, you have a fashion media major, and then you add a little additional minor to just bump it up a notch when you're out in the career field. So if your students haven't looked at minors, they should think about doing that. Sustainability is another really good one that we have, and that can pair across lines. So I want to thank our student panel. I made it go kind of quickly. I apologize for that. But thank you so much, Melody, Palak, Cian, and Danny. And thank you for your time today, everyone. We're going to wrap this up in a second. You all are free to go. So I'm going to close with my 10 tips for student success. I really feel like if the students do these 10 things, they're going to be good here. Will they all do them? They might not, but I mean, this is really the goal, and I'm going to share the same slide in the other room. So they need to check their email. We've said email to you all probably 12 times today. They need to check their email every day, and they're going to see what's happening in their email. That's how they're going to know what's going on, how they're going to get involved. They should visit My LIM. All the events are also there, so it's a great place to find events, resources, clubs, etc. They should review the student handbook. I'm not naive to think they're going to read the handbook. It's 100 pages, but the code of conduct is really important for them, and that's 5 pages. So they should review it all, but they should definitely read the code of conduct. They should work to build connections with faculty, staff, and students. We're small. It's an easy thing to do here. It's not that hard, but that's who faculty are going to write recommendations for scholarships. Faculty are going to write recommendations for grad school or internships. So it's really important to make those connections. They should get in touch with CIS immediately. We're not a school where you wait till your junior year to think about an internship. It's part of your whole time here. It's a key part of LIM. So they should be making those connections that first semester. They should ask questions and use resources. I'm always really sad when I meet a student who tells me they're struggling with anxiety, and I'm like, you should go to the counseling center. And either they don't know we have a counseling center, which is really concerning because we talk about it a lot, or they'll say, I can't afford it. And it's free. So I just talked about this in the other room with the students. I asked how much it costs to go to a counseling center, and most of them knew it was free, which is great because Dr. O'Leary was over there earlier. But I want you all to hear that, because if you talk to your students and they're starting to struggle, there's a lot of change for them when they come here, and they might struggle in different ways. So counseling is a great place for them to go and sort things out. They should be engaged. They should join at least one student club. At least one. And if they don't find one they want, they should start a new one. 2 of these students started clubs last year. I said we had 6. I captured 2 of them here as orientation leaders. Students should follow LIM College on social media. So should all of you. It's a good way to see what's happening with our alumni, what's happening with LIM in the news, and also to see what's happening with your students, because your students are going to show up on social media sometimes from their events and involvement. And then finally, they should attend new student orientation and the weeks of welcome. Because if they do that, they're going to make connections. They're going to feel like they belong here and this is their home. And if they don't do these things, they might not. And that's the students we'll lose in October, or they'll call you and say, I'm really not fitting in here. I feel like anyone can fit in at LIM. It's just, but they have to put some effort into it. We will work to pull them out, but they have to give us some of the give and take as well. There's our social media for you all, LIM College clearly, but also life at LIM. That's where a lot of the activities are focused. I think that's it. And again, best email for parents, studentaffairs@limcollege.edu. There's 3 or 4 of us that check that. And then if we cannot answer the question for you, and I'll tell you, I get all sorts of random questions in this inbox. If we cannot answer it, we will refer you to the right person at the college. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for your patience. I know this went extremely long, but I hope you got a lot of good information today. Sure.
So we they timed it out so that like you could go back and forth. At the end, I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to be over there. And over there.
Thank you so much. From this area? Boston.
You gotta go like. You gotta travel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, she's living on.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Whereabouts?
Okay. So it's about a half hour walk.
Yeah.
What's your fifth name?
Part of it says campus.
Yeah, but if she's living off campus now, then it'd be easy for her. She has to stay there. She's already.
Job, and she picked this wasn't.
Yeah.
She sold it.
Yeah, same here. It wasn't our first choice either, but she got us here.
And that's their dream right here.
Yep, right, exactly. Their life, not ours.
Don't get the last one.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
We understand that I try to use it as the border on the side. Yeah. They're the bowling ball. Yeah. Where the border's on the side, then they're gonna cross off. As long as they go straight to the pits. As long as you move forward.
Right. Yeah.
As long as you move forward.
Yeah. Not bad.
Don't tell me this isn't what you want.
Right. You said it.
No, you're nice. I'm not nice. I'm not listening. We going. But I bet they cheer up. And look, you'll get through this.
Safe travels.
You too. Take care.